What is happening, you guys, and welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan, and tonight on the tailgate party that never seems to stop, week one is upon us. It is go time. It is time. It is football season, and it's starting to really feel like Dolphins football season because the pundits are already starting to just talk about how bad the Dolphins are going to be. They're going to win 9 games, only 8.5 games. I mean, it's just, it feels like home. It's week one. They're already picking. Well, first of all, there's a lot of people picking the Dolphins to win week one, and they should because it's a great matchup for us, and we'll go into some of that stuff later on. But the bad mouthing of our coach, the bad mouthing, still of the team. Stephen A. Smith is devaluing Tua's becoming a captain because he's the 6th captain. I think he said. I know there's tons of people talking about that. The Bills got like 1,400 captains on their team, but no one says nothing about that. I think they got like 8. They got 8 captains on their team, or 7 captains on their team. More than the Dolphins by 2, so we'll say 8. And oh man, this beat writer on Twitter sounds like such a moron. And I get it. He's a let me find it. Tom Curran says Mike McDaniel may not get the loyalty from his players because he isn't tall, imposing, and muscular. What the fuck? I mean, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, I don't think guys that I consider to be professionals to care. Don't get me wrong. I do understand his perspective and the respect from athlete to athlete. But, like, dude, I think pretty much as long as you're treating people right and doing right by them and helping them do what they need to do for themselves and the job and win, you're going to get plenty of respect. I mean, and it's funny he says this because, I mean, there's how many of these coaches don't have a physique? Most of them, I would say 85% minimally. I mean, dude, how old is the guy in Seattle? He's like a frail old man. He's still, hop, skip, a two, throwing footballs and stuff like that. It's just the dumbest statement ever said by somebody. Dolphins Talk on Twitter said that and or retweeted that. I've never heard something so ridiculous in my life that the players aren't going to respect the coach because of his physical stature. It's just ugly as get up. On the way in, guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. Subscribe if you're new. Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. Come on over here to YouTube and subscribe here on the network. And make sure you guys are catching all the great content. We got Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays live around 9 and 10. Color doing some co-hosting on there with him. Thursday nights, you guys can catch Color and also catch him with a cup of Color during the days sometimes. Saturdays, you got Late Night Exhale with Ali, killing it on the weekends. And then every other night of the week, you can expect me, El Capitan, sometimes during the days that I can. Cash App, Venmo, help support the network, guys. Appreciate all the support. You guys can also support through Fanatics. Link is in the description, as well as a link for all the great different products we have here, as you guys can find out. And there's a link for all of our new products as well. Tons of different stuff. Make sure you guys check it out. And you guys can also support the show by going to Backroom Collections and using offer code #TFTG. It'll get you 10% off anything you buy with Backroom Collections. And that's it. There we go. Thank you. What's happening, everybody? Thanks for getting in here early. California, Kenna, what's going on? Scott, Marino's GOAT. I need my fix on Fins Talks. Been watching Color and Ali from last night to ease it. I'm here to oblige, guys. I'm here to help out. Yeah, Clement, what's going on? John, Jose, my guy Andres, what's going on, brother? Q, what's happening? Hit the like button, everybody. Kinshawn, what's up? Duke, what's going on? Bill, what's going on? What it is, what it do. Mr. Miami 305. What's up, brother? El Capitan, how you doing today? How you feeling? Much love and respect. Appreciate it, Mr. 305. You know, took care of some stuff today. I'm tired, but I knew everybody needed something because I've been looking for shit all day while I was working earlier. So I was like, dang, need some Dolphins content. Everybody getting ready for some stuff. I'm glad there's college football. I watched a little bit of it. Big time Canes fan. Canes took care of business against Bethune-Cookman, which I think we all knew would happen. But putting up 70 the way they did and not even playing a lot of their starters on defense and a lot of the guys I think we're going to expect to see in the bigger games, I think they did well. I like what I see in energy. I like what I see in how the coaches are communicating with the players. And I don't know, man. It looks like they're going to be respectful as hell. MCJB, what's going on? Miami Dolphins got put on some New England clam chowder to sleep. Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Have you ever heard of Napoleon? What, the Conqueror or Neapolitan ice cream? What you mean? You can tell someone's a beta without to say something like, oh, I know, right? That guy, I know, Clement. I mean, dude was such a douche. Like, I mean, what a douche. Stephen A is an idiot. Never believe his takes. I mean, look, it's not so much what Stephen A is saying and whether I take anything he says. It's the blanket, insults that are obviously, with all the questions the team has this year, the only real things you can insult in some merit is that we don't know the answers on our quarterback, because everything else seems pretty tight. I mean, he was criticizing Tyreek Hill for what he said about Tua early on, and I get that. They hadn't really practiced all that much and whatnot. But, I mean, what do you expect Tyreek Hill to say? He came here. He's here to brought in to support the quarterback. Like, it's just so dumb. Ali, what's good? Yeah, but, that's all right. I expect it as the Dolphins fan because – and I kind of look forward to the other type of hatred too. And we're going to get a lot of it this year, I think, because I think we're really going to put some points. It's going to be a rough go the first 4 games, but I think we can go 2-2 in those 4. And I think we can really go 3-2 with only dropping 1 to Baltimore or Cincinnati. Or I don't want to say Buffalo because I've been preaching that we're going to beat Buffalo in Miami this year. I want that to happen. I need that to happen. What's up, Dane? Family up in this what it is, what it do. I think we should sign Joe Hayden. I think so too, man. I just don't think they're going to do it. And I got a cool article on Cater Kahu as well, which is, surprise 53-man roster guy in some extent. But it's not so much of a surprise because the Dolphins have kept 2 almost every year. They've brought a guy up to the 53, like that are undrafted dudes, like 2 a year. They find some gems. And honestly, it's been a lot of corners we've been finding in these last few years in that back end, defensive guys and stuff like that. We've also got some other articles. An article from Barry Jackson where he talks about Raheem Mostert and also the new guy that we added. And I actually have some highlight film from the new guy that we added. It's just a couple of clips, but what's his freaking name? Freddy Swain. So yeah, we're gonna pull that up. We'll watch that and take a gander. I know there are a couple of wide open shots, but I can't help but feel that this small, fast, speedy dude in certain matchups is just not going to be looked at, especially with defenses biting down on the run. If defenses continue to bite down on the run like the Eagles did, then it's going to be an amazing – it's going to be so much fun because Tua's going to roll out often. or come or stop where he's at while the O-line just wedges off a side and just look out in front of him and pick guys down lanes, or move or use his athleticism to get outside to look for guys in levels and pick the guy that's open. And I think the thing we've seen with, I think it was the second pass. I know it was the second pass to Tyreek Hill, but in the last preseason game, that second level shot and the touchdown, those weren't the throws Tua was looking at to make last year. He was taking the guy that was out in front, the easier, the safer throw. That's the type of progression we need to see in homeboy. Nathan, you think Cedric Wilson's the sleeper? 1,000 yards? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think so, because honestly, I think earlier on they're going to showcase Mike Gesicki. And I got a theory on that too. They're going to showcase Mike Gesicki with those yards that you're talking about, with all the attention Hill and Waddle are going to get on the outsides when they run 11 and 12 man personnel and the tight ends closer to the line. He just leaks off into the middle, and all the linebackers have bit, and they're turning their hips to try to chase Mike Gesicki going up the field, and Tua just could throw it over above his head and he can lean out and catch it. A lot of that's going to go to him early and often, but I have a theory that it's done more because till the trade deadline. After the trade deadline, that's when you'll see Cedric Wilson really turn it up in this offense. It's just a theory. We'll see. I could be wrong. But as far as where we get at that time in yards and stuff, I think we'll know to see how it all plays out. So we'll see, because Mike Gesicki is still on that trade block. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Until that comes and goes, we're going to hear about Mike Gesicki in talks at the trade deadline, that there's either a deal going to be made before then or at then or something like that. All right, I'll take a look at it, California. That's what I think. Let's see. Skylar be with you. Yeah, I know, California. We'll see. We'll see. So I also got an article about Mike McDaniel, behensed the remarks that the Patriots beat writer said about him being small and not physically imposing, and that he won't have the respect from his teammates, basically because they could beat him up. And I can't help but think does he think that that Bill Belichick's like a physically imposing force? I mean, I get it. He does have that BDI thing going on, but for real, he's a fucking fat old man. And I'm not saying he's in the worst of shape of old men. He's probably in better shape than most old men. But okay, how about this? How about the big tuna in friggin' Kansas City? He's a big, hefty dude. People are, granted, I guess if the big bastard got a hold of it, he could probably do some damage, I don't know. I just don't see how Mike McDaniel's actual physique makes him less of a head coach. What the fuck is this guy talking about? This is ridiculous. But it is time. It is week 1 football. And that's the only thing the Patriots guys can grasp at. Let's throw darts at the Ayo. I can't even do a Boston accent. I wish I could. I can't listen to it. It's like needles in my ears, so I can't pull that accent off. I can do a couple of accents, but that is not one. Because I don't. My old lady, on the other hand, she's got that shit down. That and the New York accent, she can destroy that. But that's all they got. They're gonna talk about how they don't believe in Tua and that our coach won't have the respect of its team. When the reality is, they have literally nobodies on defensive backfield. Now there is a guy that is supposedly the next dude, the next big corner that they find. And they usually find one. But come on, Johnny. Let's get real. What's happening, everybody? Getting in here later. What's up, King Mills? Salute, my homie. 72 undefeated. What's going on? John, what's happening? Yeah. Got the purple out. I figured I'd throw it on. I wasn't going to wear it, but I was like, you know what? It looked good in this shirt, so I'm going to put it on. Bo, what's happening, homie? Bo, El Cap, and it's a run game scheme. That's gonna open it up. We stretch the field, outside zone in front, and has over pursuit. That's exactly right, bro. They get sucked up. It's all about exposing the linebackers and creating a space. You bring linebackers up and create a space with the DBs stretching, and you attack the center of the field. That's what it's about. Some fire tight end work out of this thing a lot of ways. And I'll tell you what, those Georgia tight ends. Damn, did you guys see those Georgia tight ends? Man, dude, number 0 is like LeBron James big out there playing tight end. He straight up caught a ball like on like a back shoulder and went around. It was a badly thrown ball. Came over, shrugged the DB, and then jumped over the nickel safety to freaking just take it like 35 yards before someone could stop him. I'll be watching these Georgia linebackers because I was told that ain't even their best one. That's like their third best. So, or tight ends, because damn, I need some of that in my life. What up, you? What's going on, homie? Mike, family up in this must. Salute. We're gonna win and get to 12-5. Then unity will be in the fan base. 72 undefeated. I love the optimism, but I've predicted 11-6 from the get. Now when I go through the list, I can look at it and say, all right, you know what? I think 12-5 too, but there's a game in there we're going to drop. And I think we're all very optimistic so far, but if we go 1-3 in the first 4 games, I'm not going to pull my hair out. And I know a lot of people are. But I mean, let's be real. It is a gauntlet. We're going against, other than the Ravens last year, perennial playoff team with a good quarterback. They have questions, though. I have questions about the Ravens. Their O-line is tip-top. That's what's always made them dangerous, is the way they block and run that football. And a solid defensive plan. And, they got the best kicker in the league probably, too. So they can grind out the time of possession and win in cheap points, and Lamar Jackson run enough, and you could lose a game like that. And not that I'm not picking us to win it right now, but we drop one of those games, we could go 1-3 in the first 4 games. But I'm also understanding that, look, this team's bringing in a new system. It could be some growing pains. I'm willing to play on the edge. I want to see competitiveness. I'm still thinking if we go 3-1 in the first 4, then that 12-5 becomes more of what I have out. But I picked us to drop one of the 2 games I picked actually to win. So I'm thinking 11-6. I just don't know which of those 3 games we're going to lose if that happens in this scenario. Robert, what's going on? QB's damn it. What happened? Mick Cochin's IQ is threatening. Yes, I'm sure. He's a nerd. All right. That don't hurt me when I'm trying to beat you with a battle on the, it's literally, you got to look at a lot of the best battles that were won and strategized by people that only had limited battle experience, but used their mind. So. We in the building, Lauderdale, what it is, what it do. AV, what's happening? AVS. Chad, family in here, what's going on? What's happening, Bleezy? Ron, what's up? What's happening? So yeah, guys, let's what did I want to start with? Drop that, Oh, you guys want to see the names of these cornerbacks? Like, who the hell are these dudes? Like, who's gonna guard Waddle? We won't even say Tyreek. Say you bracket Tyreek in which even if you bracket him and double cover him all day, he's still going to find a way to find open field and get a football. And I expect McDaniel to even use him in a shovel pass, a slight pitch, something. I'll give you a good, like a drag route designed for Tua to run outside the pocket. Not too dissimilar to the pass to in the second preseason game, the pass to Chase Edmonds, where Tua runs out of the pocket and waits for it to open up for Chase Edmonds and just throws out to him on the run. I can see that exact thing being designed for Tyreek Hill, to get him on a corner inside with only linebacker help and no safeties or help at that point, unless they draw a safety all the way in there to defend that, in which case you should have somebody free over the top on that side of the field. So anyhow, these are their corners. I'm going to pull it up so you guys can take a look, and we can try to figure out who these guys are. Maybe you in chat can look up some of these dudes and tell me who the hell these guys are. We've got Jalen Mills, Jonathan Jones, Miles Bryant, Jack Jones, Marcus Jones, Sean Wade, and Terrence Mitchell. I don't know who any of these guys are. I think it's Jonathan Jones is the one that they're feeling all, cool guy about. But who are these guys? Do you guys know? In chat, do any of you guys know who these people are? I'm asking you, please tell me, because I don't know. I'm not just listening to jokes. Someone tell me, please. I need the information. Should I be worried? I don't know who these guys are. Where'd they get these guys? No, see, nobody knows. I know. So, one of those three Joneses is supposed to be like a good football player, and someone put this in my thread that I posted this in. They said, maybe they're trying to confuse us with all the Joneses on the field. Wallace said Mills played for the Eagles. See, I thought Jalen Mills sounded kind of familiar. The Finn man says, yo, I think one of those dudes work at Chipotle. Nah, which Chipotle? Which one? I'm gonna go see him. Are they all rookies? I don't know, bro. Ron says he thinks he ran into one at the post office. I mean, I don't see like who. I guess they're banking on them having like a really good D line. I don't know. This is the year I think Belichick and the Patriots get like very exposed, like 7 wins exposed. And I think the offensive ideology and plan just falls apart. The defense gets worn out. And, I mean, they start shopping on the trash heap. By week 8, they're looking on the trash heap for somebody. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't see how anyone could pick the Patriots to beat the Dolphins with the defense that they're going to. Yeah, Scott, I know J.C. Jackson was an undrafted free agent, and I did kind of make that point that, they always find a dude that they work up, and he's pretty talented and stuff like that. But they, oof. I don't know. I don't think they figure that dude out come week 1, even if they found an undrafted gem right now, some kid out of, I don't know, Jackson Hole, Mississippi or something. I don't friggin' know. That guy ain't gonna stop fucking Tyreek Hill, bro. Like, nobody's stopping him. So, I mean, if we had a whole bunch of questions in our weaponry, maybe I would think, oh, well, we'll see. No, he's not stopping Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. much less the rest of the dudes. 72 says, we go 1-3 cap. It's Skyler time. we should be able to beat some good teams. Our expectations are too low at this QB, at least win at home in September. So 72, I will put emphasis on, I believe it's 2-2. And I also hope it's 3-1. But again, there's a scenario in which we're 1-3, but I'm still optimistic. Like, we could get robbed. You know what I'm saying? We could totally get robbed out of a game or something like that. We know that. And then, the other games were so close that we're like, okay, at least we're showing that, some kinks are getting worked out. And then come week 5, we play the Jets. We should obliterate them. And then by week 6, literally be on a really good pattern at that time. But what I don't want to happen is if we go 1-3 in the first 4 weeks and everyone's freaking the hell out. Now, if we go 1-4 in the first, or 1-3 in the first 4 weeks, and we're looking at the Jets wondering, because we can't put up 200 yards in passing or something like that, then yeah, we would be crowing for some Skyler time. But I don't foresee that happening, not even a little bit. But we will get Skyler to come up in this if it be time. Kyle says they should just trade Tua so all the fans can be happy with Skyler. Then everyone can stop complaining already. Oh, I forgot. Y'all will start complaining about him too. Well, duh, bro. Yeah, Kyle. I mean, we would definitely I'm ready to complain about everything right now. That's why I started a whole show, to complain about it. Someone urinated in the Pat's Gatorade container because they're losing their minds. No, it's paint thinner. And that actually really happened one time, where they put paint thinner in some guys, like the visiting team's friggin' water cooler or something like that. Actually happened. It was on an episode of TMI. That's the kind of crazy shit you'll learn on the show in TMI, that you'll find stuff and learn about things that's different. For sure. Watch out for hidden cameras at practice. I think they're going to stay in the bubble, bro. They're like, yeah, we're coming down a week early to get acclimated. And ain't even a time zone difference. And yeah, good luck getting acclimated to that humidity in 1 week. I don't give a shit what you do. It's been taking these guys all month. And a lot of the dudes that got cut never acclimated. That's why they're cut. So a week here ain't going to help you acclimate to a damn thing. Not at 1 o'clock on Sunday when the sun's beaming you right in your face. You're like, sitting on the other end of that stadium. It's not going to help you. So really, what'd they come here for? To put their scouts all over our friggin' town and try to steal our plays. And that's a fact. So they will be in the bubble, and it'll be highly secure, and there won't be a freaking tittle tattle coming out of that mud. And rightfully so. Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Yeah, whatever color. It'll be all friggin' smart. I bet you there's a Jackson Hole, Mississippi somewhere, dude. Don't play me. Look it up. Aren't we scared of the Patriots? David. Come on, David. First of all, in all the reigns of when they were the dynasty of Patriots, we weren't scared of them. In fact, we made sure that they, at minimum, respected us. But most certainly, they knew that the games they were going to play us, they weren't going to be happy about. That's why we put them in their place. Tom, too. So, unlike the Bills, who laid down and showed them their belly. So, just to be real. So, yes, SJ210923. What if they go 4-0? That would be awesome. And it is possible. They go 4-0. They come into the 5th game. That's 5-0. As excited as I'd be for winning 5 straight games like that, or 4 straight games in this scenario, as you put it, I would be just as excited to see all the shit talk and all the other, pundits that are going to come out and devalue our wins. You will see that in droves to talk about how the Dolphins going 4-0 and how those wins aren't really equal to what a 4-0 season really should look like. You know that's coming, bro. I don't give a damn how it goes, bro. That is a certainty. Mike says we're already crowing for Skylar. There is some segments. It is, to be real, Mike, it has simmered. And I think it's rightful to simmer because it's not going to happen. You can be excited for what Skylar showed. You can be, a fan of his, as I am. Still a young guy. In the scenario of everything, no way in any way, shape, and form would they take a third-year guy that they've drafted high and bring in a young rookie. I don't give a shit if he was even a first-round rookie. If he was a first-round rookie, he still wouldn't get the start week 1. Scenario. We drafted Skylar into the first round this year and gave up all the other picks in the draft for Tyreek Hill. Well, maybe if they did that. If they went and got Tyreek Hill after drafting Skylar in the first round, then all right, then yeah. So let's take that scenario off the table. But chances are, even if he was a highly drafted guy in the second round, something to this extent, he wouldn't get the start over Tua, as he's still a young guy with upside and potential that they want to flesh out and see what they got, no matter what. And the new offense was brought in. Now, you can say something. There is something to the effect that you could say that this offense was brought in by this coaching staff to tailor make the best offense for Tua. But that's already the case for Skylar, too. They brought in a quarterback that kind of runs this offense. It's been tailor-made for him. So, something to think about. Wait and see what happens. I guarantee the Miami Dolphins are going to be extremely good this year. I mean, don't think that they just might start off. Yeah, Paul. Like I said, I'm trying to keep expectations in the middle. There's a lot of us that have high expectations, as I do, and want us to go all these wins. But I'm not gonna set my expectations high and have them crushed down and then have an overreaction. So what I'm going to do is have high hopes, realistic expectations, and where the floor of my expectations can still be met for satisfaction, where I believe that we can be still in a good place beyond the record at that point. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, if guys go down, Paul, that's the worst ever, bro. I don't want to see that. I don't even like talking about it. Yeah, that's the Fin Man makes the most important thing I want to see, because we're down Byron Jones, which I still like our safety room because, I still like our DBs and corners because I like our safeties to clean up a lot of work. So, but I want to see the D-line really explode this year. I really want to see a front four with organic pressures and just bull rushes and moves on pass rushes and get home and apply pressure to help out in these first 4 games. A lot of these teams are going to pass. A lot of them are going to run. First 2 are going to run. Second 2 are going to pass. That's their deal. So it's going to be good test in protection and running, and then good test on hopefully these first 2 games, the DBs, safeties, and CBs, and together figure out the back end going against Buffalo and the Bengals, because both of them like to pass the ball. So, Ron, that ain't no lie. We beat the Bills at home. It's going to be the best. Word of mouth says Dolphins versus Cowboys Super Bowl. See, I could see the Dolphins in the Super Bowl. I don't know about them Cowboys, bro. I don't know. Y'all need Jason Taylor, Paul says. Jason Taylor's coaching for the U. Seeing him out there. El Capitan, let me interject in the Love Fest. Week 3, Josh Allen versus Tua, however you spell it. Okay, so Sal. Josh Allen doesn't, it ain't Josh Allen versus Tua. It's Bills defense versus Tua and Josh Allen against the Dolphins defense. I think time of possession really hurt us last year. And I think with a better run game, I think things can be different. And I think we're going to find out. I'll know better after week 1 how much more shit talking I'm going to put at Bills fans, to be real. Because I'm going to shit talk the hell out of them anyhow. I don't give a damn. But how much? Is the money too much to get Joe Hayden? I don't know. I don't even think they've talked to him at all. So I haven't heard a whisper about it up to this point. Bills are going to destroy the Dolphins. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll see, won't we, David? It's not going to happen, bro. This is going to be the year that Jalen Phillips is going to literally give Josh Allen nightmares. You're going to probably drop week 4 just because of what Jalen Phillips is going to do to Josh Allen week 3. That's what's going to happen. Matrix 15 says Byron Jones isn't a big loss. How many interceptions did he have? Yeah, but Byron Jones isn't really even known for his interceptions. What is his gain is he locks down number 1 guys and holds his end and forces quarterbacks to have to throw to the other side where the guy that does take the football is at. And he, along with Byron, worked great together in the time where he's like, hey, I'm gonna try to take this football and jump this route if it comes this way, what I think it is. Byron's like, all right, I got you. I'm gonna hold this man over here. I'm gonna force him to that side of the field. And that's how it happens. Hi, all. First time on the channel. Yeah, this is welcome, Scummy. Make sure to hit the like button on your way in, please. That I could see, Paul. Dolphins versus 49ers repeat. That would be awesome. That would be dope. The narratives write themselves. Am I right? They're trying out their younger quarterback. Jimmy G's as the backup guy. Is he going to watch the young kid do what he couldn't and win the Super Bowl? Then the Dolphins win. And then it's like Jimmy G's like, hey, this kid did no better than me. Why'd you switch from me? So, all right, let's check out this cool Cater Kahu article that Daniel Foussier put together. It's pretty dope. A lottery winning ticket, a bold Twitter DM, Cater Kahu's unlikely journey to the Miami Dolphins. Cater Kahu's story is still being written, but the overreaching theme of the journey that has taken him from the Ivory Coast to the 53-man roster of the Miami Dolphins has been an opportunity. The opportunity Kahu's father sought when he moved their family to the United States. The opportunity under recruited Kahu saw it when he went and sent a Twitter message to Division II coach to find his way onto a college team. There was no guarantee or celebration when Tuesday's roster cut down deadline passed, and Kahu found himself as one of the fortunate bubble players. The 23-year-old just entered his next team meeting and began working towards his next opportunity. That one could come in the Dolphins' regular season opener against the Patriots on September 11th. I was excited, though. It was like a dream come true, Kahu said. Kahu was born and grew up in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, which is a West African nation that borders Ghana and Liberia. Abidjan, which I'm guessing that's how it's the capital of his country, was once a French colony, and Kahu's first language is French. A winning lottery ticket from Kahu's father changed the trajectory of their lives. Kahu's family uprooted and when he was 9 and relocated to the Dallas suburb, moving in with Kahu's aunt until he got situated with their own apartment. He just wanted a better opportunity for his kids, so he moved us out here, Kahu said. Kahu's memories of this time in the Ivory Coast are faint. Been back since moving. He hasn't been back since moving and hopes to visit one day, but his introduction to American football is still vivid in his mind. In Kahu's apartment complex, a set of buildings were situated together, forming a rectangle. And between the buildings was a large field of grass. Kids would come and meet there and play basketball. And majority were throwing around the pigskin in a football-size grazed stated area. Weird. That was a way harder transition, not speaking English and not knowing anything about football, Kahu said. But I used sports to make friends. From then on, things started stacking on top of each other. Learning the language was the biggest barrier, though. After I learned the language, it started going along pretty smoothly. Kahu didn't pick up football seriously until the 8th grade. He started as a running back and moved to cornerback when he got to Trinity High School. Trinity served grades 10 through 12 with an enrollment of about 3,200 students. It held an A-team junior varsity squad and a B-team JV squad, both around 75 players, as well as varsity team that held close to 100. Still relatively new to the game and the country, Kahu spent time on the JV for the first 2 years, landing him on varsity full-time as a senior. He was just a kid. He was just kind of under-the-radar athlete, said Chris Jennings, Kahu's high school's coach. Great kid, great grades, strong, really strong. Skinny little kid, but strong. I think it was in the spring of his junior year when we were in the meat of the offseason when he really just went up. When it really just went. Man, this kid is coming on. Kahu had a great senior year, earning him first team all district honors. But that late into the recruiting process, few programs viewed him as a legitimate prospect. On November 18th, 2015, 5 days after Trinity's season ended in the playoffs, Kahu sent a direct message on Twitter to his high school tape to Cade Fisk. I don't know, the then defensive line coach at the Texas A&M Commerce. I just saw you were looking for a dog, Kahu recalled. And here's actually a highlight tape, and it says he's 5'10", 174 pounds, runs a 5.440 and a 35-inch vert. Jensen also alerted coaches to the talented player who was still looking for a home. Kahu impressed the coaches at camp, hosted at Trinity campus. Defensive coach for Stephen F. Austin had to sell his defensive coordinators on Kahu to the D2 program, limited to just 36 scholarships. After a home visit, the coordinator was all in. They just felt like they were striking gold with him, Jensen said, because of his growth potential. He was just a baby. At that time, Kahu enrolled in commerce. Fask estimates Kahu only received about $1,500 in scholarship per semester. Commerce moved to an FCS level Southland Conference this season. But he worked his way into a full scholarship with his work ethic on and off the field. Coaches recall a quiet, humble player who lived in the weight room, filling out that 5'10" skinny frame. If he had a muscle spasm, he could die, said Coach Bailiff, Commerce football coach. After redshirting the freshman year, Kahu became one of the top players in the Lone Star Conference. He was voted the conference best defensive back as a senior and earned all-conference honors 3 times. One of his most gifted athletes on the team, he also returned kicks. He's got great coverage man skills. He's intelligent and he's got a linebacker mentality when it comes to hitting, Bailiff said. If he's not afraid to strike you. Kahu joined the Dolphins as an undrafted free agent in the spring, sold by the vision of defensive coordinator Josh Boyer, who has a history of unearthing and developing unheard of defensive backs. He seems like he was upfront and real with everything about he was saying, Kahu said. In training camp, Kahu found similarities from college with the Dolphins' heavy man coverage approach and worked to learn the playbook. At Commerce, the defense had just 15 plays, and Miami, the playbook is much more involved. Injuries to players in the secondary opened up a chance for Kahu, and he took advantage. When the starting defensive line was up for the first series in the preseason finale last week, Kahu was the starting nickel corner. He, from the onset, let it be known that through his play that he was not too big. It was not too big of a stage for him, Mike McDaniel said. With Byron Jones out for 4 games of the season, the Dolphins weighing their options. The season opener could be number of first for Kahu, one of 2 undrafted free agents that made the team. His first NFL game, the first Commerce alumni to appear in a game since 2006, and the first Ivory Coast native to do so since 2007. More than anything, though, it'll be an opportunity for a player who's made the most of everything he's earned. Sees it, blah, 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 blah. All right. So, yeah, it's a good story with Kader Kahu. Hopefully, homeboy friggin' gets his opportunities and makes the most of them. It seems what he's done his whole life, at least striving. That's what that article pointed out. You know, they put him in at nickel. That's something they're gonna wanna see from him. Maybe they're gonna let him play nickel while Nick Needham plays boundary, which probably is the best thing. I think before they put Kahu in, he's more playing backup to Eric Rowe in this scenario, because you could rotate Rowe and Nick Needham on the boundary, but not all too often. Like, you know, you don't want Rowe on the boundary against everybody. So let's see. Let's see here. Dolphins Raheem Mostert regains a vital asset, and the Dolphins add former Gators standout. So Barry Jackson article talks about Raheem Mostert, and then we're going to talk about Freddy Swain. And I'll go ahead and pull up that video for you guys so you can check it out. If you guys haven't seen the Freddy Swain highlights, pretty good. I know they're just a couple of highlights. Let's be real. It's highlights means the best shit. So it's not like give me the lowlights. Nobody wants to see the lowlights. Well, I guess you could if you wanted to really learn something. You would watch the lowlights. But let's skim through this. So, Dolphins running back Raheem Mostert said that his doctor called him the fastest healing patient that he's ever experienced. I don't know if that makes me feel really good or makes me go, I don't like that. He also might be the fastest, period. Nearly a year after sustaining a serious knee injury in the 49ers regular season opener against Detroit, Mostert has recaptured his elite speed that made him one of the NFL's most dangerous breakaway threats at his position in recent years. As a member of the Niners, Mostert was clocked at 22 miles per hour during games. Last week, I hit 21.4, he said, and that's really encouraging, Raheem Mostert said. Mostert, 30, chipped cartilage in his left knee in that Lions game and underwent surgery in October, which was following a grueling rehab. It was difficult, he said. It was challenging the first 6 weeks of post-surgery. I couldn't walk. I was on crutches. The 6 to 9 months mark, I still wasn't able to run or do anything like cut until month 7. Even though his Dallas-based doctor, Dan Cooper, was very optimistic about him making a full recovery, Mostert admitted, you do have some questions in the back of your brain if it's going to be okay to your standards as far as speed goes. I am strong-minded. I knew I would be able to bounce back and be fine. I definitely have my speed back. I might need a little bit more as far as strength goes in my upper body, but I was so focused on dialing in my lower body that I'm back in it at full strength. In 2019 and 2020, Mostert ranked second among all running backs with a 5.4 yard per average. And he doesn't have a lot of tread left on the tires because he does have a lot of tread. Wait, and he doesn't have a lot of tread on the tracks because he has only 284 regular season games. So he doesn't have it, or does. There's also a glorious 2019 postseason where he ran 29 times for 220 yards in the NFC Championship win against Green Bay. That's where everyone's like, whoa. Coincidentally, Mostert had the exact same stats, 12 carries, 54 yards in the 49er other two postseason games that year, a win against Minnesota and a loss against Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Because it was initially viewed as a primary returner, Mostert only had 7 rushing attempts his first 3 seasons in the league from 15 to 17, including a short stint with the Dolphins and 34 carries on his 4th year. I've got plenty of good years left in me, Mostert said. Me, Chase, Miles, Sylvan, it's a great group of guys in the running back room. We're going to carry this through the season and lean on each other. The effective running game that we've implemented in San Francisco, we've got to carry that over here. All right, so I'm going to pull up this Swan highlights, guys. Is it Swan or Swain? I think it might be Swain. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Freddy Swain or Freddy Swan? I like Swan better. I think it is Swain, though. I'm going to pull these up for everybody. All right, so this play, he just gets behind the freaking coverage and just houses this bitch. Like, what happened here? Look, how the hell did that happen? So, yeah, I'll get into the part of the article about this. The Dolphins added a potential returner option to the practice squad and former Seahawks 6th-round pick Freddy Swain, an ex-Gator who started 8 games at wide receiver for Seattle in 2021 and 9 games in 2 seasons. South Florida-based agent Jeff Orsthrow said a dozen teams called inquiring about 6-foot Swain after he cleared waivers this week, but he found Miami appealing in the part because it's unclear what the Dolphins will do with their return game. Smart boy. Dolphins' 3 best returners are arguably their 5 best players, are some of their 5 best players: Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Javon Holland. Which, yeah, those are some pretty good returner options too. It's undetermined whether Miami will want them to return punts and kickoffs all season. In addition to catching 38 passes for 502 yards and 6 touchdowns in 2 seasons with Seattle, he averaged 8.6 yards on 22 punts and 22.8 yards on 6 kickoffs returns. He joins Craig Kraft, Braylon Sanders as wide receivers in the Dolphins practice squad. He's game ready. You can plug him in. Ortho said Freddie walked to Mike McDaniel and Wes Welker talked to Mike McDaniel and Wes Welker a number of times after Seattle waived him. He's 4.4 fast in the 40, doesn't drop the ball. One of the appeals is his returning ability. Bam. So, yeah, we'll be seeing that guy. You know what, the Fin Man, I agree with you. I think Noah should be doing all the returning, but apparently he can't do that, and that's just another indictment on him, which, I mean, damn, bro, you can't even return footballs? Come on, homie. Like, goodness gracious. Killing a brother. Yeah, I need Noah Igbenogany to return some friggin' punts around here or a kickoff or something. Like, get out there and use that speed and athleticism, homie. Like, make it happen. What? Ron Levy? If Noah gets a pick 6, That would be the greatest. I mean, could you imagine, bro? Ron, do you imagine, dude, he gets a pick six, like a good pick six, too? Like, jumps that stupid, like, weird slant route that they throw behind the line, and he just jumps it and takes it like 65 yards. That would be hilarious, bro. I would die laughing if that happened. Oh, man, that would be awesome. He'll look like a rag doll. Yes, I agree. It's going to be an absolute. I don't know if Mac Jones makes it out alive. I just, guys, how did the Patriots not get worse? How did they not get any worse? I mean, that whole respect for the coach and like what they've done over the years, I get it. But like last year was your last ray of sunshine, Patriot fans. It is the beginning of the slow and painful descent into the ether of nothingness. When it's all said and done, you're going to look up to the Jets. That's a sad fucking day, bro. That's a sad day. When it's all said and done, you're going to be looking up to the New York Jets, getting 7 wins. It's going to be a terrible thing. It's not going to be fun. But it will be funny. So, Daniel Foussier article, how the Dolphins can turn their first year under Mike McDaniel into a physical track meet. And, I mean, listen, guys. Other than our I can't even get it out. I was going to say, other than our coach not being physically imposing, he's pretty damn smart, which I can't even joke about it because it's such a terrible lowbrow. Like, it's the most dumbest thing I've ever heard is that a coach isn't going to be good because of his physical stature. Like, who the hell? Like, are you serious, bro? Like, come on. That is just ridiculous. Nick Saban is not physically statured, scaring anyone. But people are scared of him like those students are. Well, then again, the football players weren't, but they didn't disrespect Nick Saban because he was smaller and frailer than them. They disrespected him because he was disrespectful to them as adult men that made millions of dollars and had bills and had a life and weren't little children. Color, perfect point. Tony Dungy, the most calm demeanor type of dude. I mean, he just doesn't seem like the type of guy to even lose his temper. Had the respect of everybody, much less his players, everyone. It's just ridiculous. I don't know, Finn, man, if even the run game scares me because I don't even know, like, Damian Harris is their number one running back. Like, their run game was effective for the years because of their ability to hit screens in the pass game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even think they got guys that can effectively do that over there. We're going to find out. I'm not saying they're going to lay down, but I can't help but feel that come middle of the third quarter, they're going to be huffing wind and their heads are going to be spinning. And because of the run game and the a deep shot probably taken at this time, whether it was completed or not, that's not really the point. The point is that because of this scheme and how they're running it, the defense against our offense is going to be so tired running backwards and forwards and side to side that the Dolphins offense is going to run away with it. And then our defense is going to start teeing off because they're going to be forced to abandon the run game and have to put the ball in Mac Jones's hand to throw to Devontae Parker. I mean, who else they got even over there? It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen, bro. So let's read this, Daniel Fuse. Alec Ingold sat in the locker room at the Baptist Health Training Facility complex on Wednesday and chuckled. 26-year-old fullback had waited 9 months for his return to the field after tearing his ACL in November of 2021. It would have had to wait another week. Stupid. Team's preseason finale against the Philadelphia Eagles was the target date for his Dolphins debut. Head coach Mike McDaniel even said as much in a rare pregame reveal. That was until Ingold was one of 7 players who contracted the stomach flu in 48 hours before the game. Damn, Alec Ingold got that bubble guts. He was one of several players. They didn't say 7, several. It'll likely won't be until week 1 opener for the New England Patriots on September 11th that we will get to see the extent of the role that Ingold has under the radar with a potential key cog in the Mike McDaniel's grand scheme. Tackle Teron Armstead once said the Dolphins offense would turn Sunday afternoons into a physical track meet. He and Ingold and a number of team speedy offensive additions will all need to have a hand in that, with Mike McDaniel as the orchestrator. Here's a look at how the Dolphins offense will use various personnel groups in 2022. This is a great in-depth of how, man, I didn't realize this was this article, but they're going to go into the 12 personnel, the 11 personnel, 21 personnel, how we'll be putting our offense and how we can expect hopefully to see some of these guys. This is an awesome article right here. So make sure you guys are hitting the like button and we'll delve into this. I'm going to do the rundown real quick. Here we go. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, subscribing if you're new, checking out all the shows, Tonk 17 and My Tuesday, live around 9, color commentary on Thursday nights, and sometimes Cup with a color in the morning times. Ali on Saturday, late night exhale. You guys can catch Ali at around 10. And then you got me, El Capitan, every other night of the week, keeping you guys entertained as best as I can. Cash App, Venmo, and Super Chat are all live, guys. Get your questions in through Super Chat. Donate to the show. Much obliged. You guys also know we got the links in the description for all the gear. I won't go through all of it. And Fanatics and Backroom Collections, both links are in the description. Use offer code #TFTG to get 10% off of all your purchases through Backroom Collections. And thank you. So let's get into this. This is going to be great. 11-man personnel. Through the years, 11 personnel featuring 1 running back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers has become the predominant grouping in the NFL. It's become used more and more and more as teams pass the ball at increasing rates. Last season, the NFL used 11-man personnel in 61% of its plays, according to Sharp Football Stats, excuse me. The 2021 Dolphins, though, were nonconformists. They used 11-man personnel on a league low 28% of plays as injuries thinned out what was billed as a promising receiving corps. The team's success play rate, when it gets 40% of its yards to go on first down, 60% on second down, and 100% on third and fourth down, was 45% below league average of 48%. The 2022 Dolphins shouldn't be as much of an outlier without Jalen Waddle playing a down in the preseason and Tyreek playing 1 series. The offense used 11-man personnel on 44.8% of those offensive plays, according to NFL's Next Gen Stats. The success rate in that personnel grouping trailed last season's mark at 46%. However, the usage of the 11-man personnel and its success could seemingly increase in the regular season with the dynamic pairing of Waddle and Hill, as well as Cedric Wilson Jr., who will likely log most of his snaps in the slot. So now 12-man personnel. The Dolphins used 12-man personnel, 1 running back, 2 tight ends, and 2 wide receivers on a league-leading 61% of plays last season. This rate far exceeds the league's usage in the groupings of 21 personnel, in groupings of 21% of plays. Last season, San Francisco 49ers, with Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator, only used the grouping on 10% of its plays, which is the 3rd lowest in the NFL. But tight ends remain an important piece in Mike McDaniel's offense, not only to catch the pass, but anchor the outside zone running scheme as inline blockers. In the preseason, the Dolphins used 12 personnel on 26.7% of their plays. The success rate was 52%, which exceeded last year's rate of 48%. The Dolphins kept 5 tight ends on the initial 53-man roster, signaling the 12-man personnel should remain a favorite for the offense in 2022, though Mike Gesicki's role in this offense will be one to monitor. The team still has Durham Smythe, who can feature his best combinations in blocking and catching at the position. Second-year player Hunter Long had a good camp and could be a factor. A wrinkle in this personnel grouping should be using Gesicki in the slot, where he lined up a majority of his snaps in 2021. The Dolphins could place a second tight end in line and retain this advantage in the run game on the edge while keeping the threat of the pass. It would effectively be 11-man personnel with Gesicki as a big slot wide receiver. Alrighty. This is the personnel I want to see as 21 because of Alec Ingold on the field. The Dolphins didn't have a traditional fullback on the roster last year, but this will change with the signing of Ingold. The offense's usage of 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, 2 wide receivers should rise dramatically from 2021, when it was only ran 10 plays out of the grouping. Only 4 teams ran fewer such plays. If the 49ers fullback Kyle Juszczyk's responsibilities are any indication of what awaits Alec Ingold in Miami, he could be in store for the most significant role yet. Juszczyk has played at least 40% of the Niners' offensive snaps each season since arriving in 2017. He's often used as the de facto tight end, helping open up running lanes and catching an average of 26 passes per season. In 3 seasons with the Raiders, Ingold caught 28 passes. I think we're going to have a smash mouth physical run game, and those guys are going to bring the speed, and we're going to mesh well, Ingold said back in August. Hopefully, I can open up things for them. That's why I'm here. I'm here to serve everybody else on this offense. Hopefully, I can do that in the passing game as well. That's the smash mouth football we're all hoping to see. And I think we need to see that in its effectiveness and in its glory coming out week 1, coming out week 2, and start dialing up some big passes down the field and get this timing with Tyreek Hill and Waddle with Tua on these passes going downfield to keep the defense on their toes. And in this way, we figure that out over the first 2 weeks with this type of 21 personnel running game on the outside zone and the bootlegs and faking and stuff. Buffalo's in for a rude awakening, because with the speed this team possesses and an ability to score quickly, what I really want to see is tie game going into the half. Dolphins got the ball, and they come out with the ball on the half. Okay? Got 2.5 minutes left of gameplay and 1 timeout. Drive the length of the field, score on that, come back after the half, score on that again. Now, here they are in the third quarter, throwing the ball. Even if they score, that's all right. Hopefully you hold them to 3. Now you use the run game to just churn them out and beat that defense to a pulp. Then in the fourth quarter, if you find yourself needing a touchdown and or, trying to win the football game, you're going to throw the football with some of the fastest guys out there against a defense that you've been churning the last 10 minutes of game time, just beating them in the face from the middle quarter into the fourth quarter. And then later, the second half of the fourth quarter, you're able to, put dimes on their asses. Bring out a fresh, Matrix 15, bring out a fresh, easy E on the edge and just put one up for them and have them just sneak on their asses. That's what you do. It's going to be good. Está bueno. I like that article. That was a good article. I like it. Color, are you still in the back, bud?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, man? You hold it down for a second for me, man?
Sure.
All right.
Shout out to Aqua with the $10 donation. Always a good stream. FinSup. Appreciate you too, Aqua. You always bring in the good discussions, good takes. Some of them I disagree with, but you're all right, man. Appreciate your donation there. So I wanted to say something earlier. As far as the somebody had asked, it was Matrix 15. Do you all think we'll get a lot of information? You do think the Patriots will get a lot of information from Lynn Bowden Jr.? And I had answered, misinformation. I just noticed today on Twitter, I was just browsing around. Good point, Ron Jasecki, too. I noticed that Tyreek tweeted out something about playing some Madden, I think. Or no, Fortnite or something like that. And Lynn Bowden tweeted back to him that he was in. Like, in other words, like he was in his server or whatever. So, we got some friendships going on there, seems like, off the clock. I'd more likely say that the information that they may garner from Lynn Bowden is probably going to be worthless, at the very least, if not purposely beneficial, if you know what I mean. But we'll see. I don't think that's ever really mattered. I mean, it's not like the coach. Yeah, they get the playbook, but like McDaniel said, you can go buy it. But good thought though. Definitely gotta. You gotta plan for that. McDaniel's got to decide what parts he would have used Lynn Bowden for, and probably change a few things. But they'll deal with that. I don't. McDaniel doesn't strike me as the naive type in that regard. But thanks for the thought there. And Ron, I think Jasecki too. I mean, you got. I mean, we could easily. I mean, how can? Okay, so let's say Belichick wants to take out one of our weapons, our best weapon, Tyreek. Then we got Waddle. Okay, he's going to do something to take out both of them somehow. How much of his defense is he going to devote to taking out Tyreek, Waddle, and Jasecki, while we could go for a 4 or 5 wide receiver set and have that followed up by Easy and Cedric? I just can't imagine how defenses in general can account for everybody we got. It's just, the only way to do that is to get pressure on the quarterback.
Shout out to Aquavision. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the $10 donation. Much love, bro. Appreciate it. Be like Aqua, guys. Give to the show. We need your help. Color. I don't see how. Okay. We come out 21 personnel and early. This is the deal. This is what you do. You come out 21 personnel early and grind the rock on them. Use the outside. Get the defense running sideline to sideline. Then once you see them starting to run sideline to sideline, you immediately start doing little dump passes here and there. Now, your tight end who played fullback, you didn't even notice, because in this series, your Smythe came in and he played fullback for a whole series. You didn't even notice that it wasn't Ingold out there. Now he's in the slot. You know what I'm saying? It messes you up. It puts you in bad situational football when you run an offense the way I expect Mike McDaniel to run. It's going to put them in situations where they're going to be out there in the wrong personnel and have to go, uh-oh, there's a bad matchup. I got a linebacker on a slot wide receiver right now. You know what I'm saying? And some way, somehow, because of motion afterwards, that's Tyreek Hill in this instant. What are we doing? Right. How did Tyreek Hill get lined up with this? We've seen this in the NFL.
And the great thing is,
why do they have that safety down in the box on Tyreek Hill? You know what I'm saying? You're wondering.
Yep, and the great thing is about this system,
and their number one is guarding Gesicki.
Right, like, and the great thing is about this system, you and I noticed it watching one of the preseason games. They literally will run a pass play or a run play out of the same exact formation, like on a whim.
They'll run the same formation 3 plays in a row, and it's three different plays.
And the thing that causes is that's going to cause the mismatch, because you're going to have a defense in a nickel formation or a run formation while we're in the same formation we just ran a run play out of. And then all of a sudden, because we got such gifted tight ends, we've got 4 receivers on the field in a run formation. And there's always going to be a guy that's mismatched with a linebacker in that situation.
That's right. And now you got him on a drag route or something like that, right against linebackers.
Ideally, you want that to be Tyreek Hill.
Well, yes, but if you do it with Tyreek and the safeties all follow and everything like that, well, now your tight end leaks up the middle and there's no one there to pick him up.
What are they going to do with a zone defense? Tyreek will just weave in and out of the zone. If they run man, he can beat anybody in pure speed.
Here's the real question. Here's the real question. Do they dare Tua to take the deep shot, or do they go too high shell? That's the real question. What are they going to do? Are they going to say, hey, we're going to dare you over the top?
Nah, Belichick knows that eventually Tua is going to it's going to be man, moment, and machine, and Tua's mechanics are going to line up perfectly, and he's going to bomb one for 65 yards over everybody's head. Bill Belichick knows that potential exists now.
Laura says there's always an audible. So, yes, that's what I want to see, Laura. I want to see, and I don't think we're going to see it early, but I want to see later in this season where Tua sees that and audibles.
Right.
And it's a sell on the run all day. Even all the offensive linemen still block as if it's a run. They don't need to know what the hell I'm doing back here. Only me and that wide receiver I'm going to go.
And because you can run things out of the same formation, the audible can be as simple as any words, and the offense knows we're switching over to the pass version of this formation. It doesn't even have to be complex audibles.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because in this scheme, the zone scheme, you really get everyone on the defense. You start dictating to them. You start having the defense follow you, and once you have them following you, you lead them to where you want them to be, yep. And that's out of the way for the play where it's really going. And that's what I want to see, execution like that early and often. And then I want to see later in the season Tua start feeling himself and start picking out situations. And Tyreek Hill needs to meet him in the middle on this to say, hey, I'm open on that play last time in the second quarter.
I mean, I hate to be a homer, but it seems like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, to be honest with you.
I try to reserve some of the homerness, but I agree with you.
Like, if we're talking decent execution, why wouldn't it be that way? Look what we got. And we haven't even begun to even use the run game yet.
Diggum Smack says Freddy Swain is from my town, Ocala. Played at North Marion Colts. Yeah, you know what? My brother-in-law told me that he was from Ocala. My brother-in-law, big
Well, he
time
went to
Gators
Florida,
fan.
didn't he?
Yeah, he went to the Gators. Hold on a second,
Right.
Color. I hear my dog barking. Hold on.
All right. Yeah, I'm liking Freddy Swain. He did all right out in Seattle. They didn't target him a lot because obviously you had Tyler Lockett and for a while the other guy, I forget his name, and then of course they got DK, but the other guy that was playing alongside Tyler Lockett for all them years was just as good. His name escapes me right at the moment. Very smart wide receiver, and so it's been hard for Freddie to get targets out there, but I don't think he's a bad player.
No. Look,
Enhance our offense. I mean,
I honestly, this is the type of player that you see come in week 12, play like 4 snaps. On one of those 4 snaps, nobody sees him. He leaks out the back and takes it to the house on a touchdown, just like you see.
He's been a slate breaker before in fantasy. He's definitely
been. If Bill Belichick's out my door, joke's on him, dog. Joke's on him because he fucked up coming here. He fucked up. I mean, you're already past the fence line on the property in this state. That means
and I hope they went. I hope they went south of the lake to experience this heat and humidity that they're talking about, because I know it gets hot in Orlando, but I mean, if he thinks he's going to acclimate his guys up at Itchituckney Springs, he's wrong.
Bro, I'm sorry, Color. Ain't nothing hotter than Orlando. If they're in Orlando, maybe they'll get acclimated.
Well, yeah, because Orlando kind of sits in a depression. That's
Orlando is a concrete jungle. It is so hot. The air don't move, and it's straight nothing but humidity. The only thing you could hope for is rain, and it don't help. It's hot while it's raining there. Okay?
Wouldn't that be funny if like this week was our first couple cool days of autumn, and then it gets brutally hot again on Sunday?
Bro, there's just it's so brutal. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot.
A week ain't gonna help. Put it this way, okay? After a week of starting to get acclimated to this stuff, that's when you first start puking.
Yeah.
Then you might start to get a little acclimated. You know what I mean? You don't even start puking till the first week.
It's not going to help. And you know what? It's going to hurt them in the long run. They'd probably be better off not doing it and play fresher this week. They're going to drain all their energy trying to get acclimated. It's not going to help them at all. You know what I'm saying?
90 degrees and soupy. And I got a wayside tickets, man. I'm hating life. All because mom has to look at TD's ass, dude.
The center of the state is so brutally hot. It's so hot. Well, Orlando in particularly, because like it was a marsh. There were trees there. They're gone now. And now it's just a concrete jungle that all the heat just stews around it. Because like the Corbett area and all that stuff that runs through the state, just that's like the heat of the woods. And it just goes there. Don't cool down because it's just hot. It's brutal, bro. Go there when I was younger and watch like Warped Tour and stuff like that in Orlando. And last time I went, I was probably like, I don't know, 28. And I said, I ain't never, ever coming back here for a concert. It's too fucking hot. I'm going to die. Like I would go to concerts in West Palm Beach. Well, it used to be called Coral Sky. And then it was Mars Amphitheater. Now I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
But
I lost track myself.
Yeah. But even as hot as that freaking concert venue would be, had nothing on that. Best concert venue in the state, to be honest, is over in St. Pete at a place called Vinoy Park. They throw concerts there, and it backs up right to the freaking seawall. So there's a gusting breeze all day.
So they make a little amphitheater out of the seawall. That's cool.
No, they have it further back in the park because it's like Vinoy Park, and it's like downtown, like St. Pete or whatever. But man, it is the best concert venue place I've ever been, bro. I've ever been, because like I said, people in boats will pull up and stuff like that, and they'll be just jamming and stuff. But they're further back, so you don't get like a great seat. But man, oh man, best place. You could be there in July and not die. So that's
I have to. I mean, I got a chance a couple months ago to go to the Red Rock Amphitheater out in Colorado. So it's hard to say that's not the best one I've been to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But putting that one aside, that's like the Star Wars of amphitheaters. So you got to take that aside. But if you're going to talk about your favorite one, you know what I mean?
Truth.
But I don't know. I kind of like the way Coral Sky was set up with the grass embankment. Deaden the sound really good. You know what I mean?
Sky. Funnest concerts I've ever been to were there, dude. Because we'd go to like Ozfest in there, and like people would, it would rain, everybody turn into the mud people.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's all destroyed on, from shroom tea to everything.
Plenty of libations, exactly.
Yeah,
plenty of libations
it is out of control, bro. It's the best. Like it's the best fun. It's the funnest concert of all time when they have them there. It's amazing.
But there's one other place that I've been that can rival Florida, Orlando, South Florida, as far as watching a sporting event in the summer, and that's St. Louis, bro. Oh my God, at Busch Stadium, and with that blazing sun in St. Louis, bro, at like 90 some, dude, they get like 90 some percent humidity with 110 degree temperatures, dude.
Jeez Louise.
They just don't get it all year like we do. You know what I mean?
California,
they're cooling off by August. That's the only difference. But that's brutal watching a Cardinals game in the summer, dude. Oh, it's rough.
Yeah. I ain't doing it. Nope. What's happening, Lance? What's going on, buddy? Familiar.
I'd imagine KC probably gets like that too, on occasion.
I don't know.
Arrowhead gets pretty sunny like early in the football season.
I'm sure it's like hotter in a lot of places, but like this humidity will drop you.
Yeah. And then there's Tennessee, which sits right in a valley.
You know what's the most dangerous thing people do when they come to Florida is sunscreen. People don't know this, but when you visit Florida, you put on sunscreen because you don't want to get burnt by the sun. It clogs your pores, and then you can't sweat and you overheat, and then that's how you get heat stroke right there.
So Carla's saying there's an amphitheater built into a rock quarry in Nashville. Yeah, that would be similar to like Red Rock out in Colorado. It's just they basically just built the stage in front of a big rock face.
That sounds awesome. Yeah. So, all right. So we got a David Fornes article here. It says, "Are the Dolphins on a collision course with the Patriots for second in the division? Can they make the playoffs in competitive AFC?"
Well, Buffalo fans aren't going to like what I have to say about that, but I think we're actually competing with the Patriots for first. But yeah.
OFTS Cat says, "I live in St. Louis, and I can attest it's 110 degree humidity and stuff."
Yeah,
damn, that's terrible, bro. Brutal.
Yeah, it was funny too. I'd go into a gas station in summer there and grab a coffee, and people would be looking at me all weird. It's like, what are you talking? It's like, summer's the best time for coffee. Man.
That's on the Fin side, Cat. I see his face.
Oh, there. Right. Oh, okay.
It's Cat. What's going on, Cat?
Avatar looked a little different without your hat on.
Well, I seen the OTFS. I'm like, what's that stand for? And I was like, oh, I got it.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely. Brian Cat definitely knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's brutal there, huh?
It's rough, man. Because it's a leveled off mountain range basically out there. So the strip right along the east side of Missouri is kind of like in what would be a valley, and then it goes up on a ridge, and then it opens up into Illinois farmland. So it gets pretty brutally hot there, man.
Is that right? I don't know. I've gone to places, just don't know if I've been to St. Louis area.
Well, they have a place in the Ozarks that juts out into the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's a little peninsula, and it is actually named Florida. So there is a Florida, Missouri. It's a little peninsula that juts out into the Lake of the Ozarks.
Huh? Florida trying to steal our good stuff, I see. How many people fly to America and they end up in Florida, Missouri? They're like, damn, it's in Florida. What do you mean? That's sucker, dude. It's like USA, made in USA, over in like Malaysia somewhere. Yeah, Kat, hit the link if you want to jump up. Nah, Ron, you can jump on. I don't care. As long as we keep it civil, guys.
Yeah, let's try not to talk over everybody tonight.
But
I don't know. I'm excited for this.
Send it
I'm
to you?
excited for
All right.
football. We're in game week right now, bro. I mean, if this was a Sunday and we had football today, the game would be over and we'd be on to the next game. Here we go. Week 1.
I sent it via Twitter, Cat. I think I sent it.
I'm
Hold on,
also
let me try it
probably Capitan, just to let you know about what I'm going to do with coffee. I'm going to do an episode of Coffee and a Cup of Color on Saturday morning. Just to basically do an early preview of the game. Let's talk. We'll talk about what we can do to beat the Patriots, what we need to do, what maybe they have to do to beat us. And I'm going to run through a couple of my free DFS lineups, get y'all's help to nail my picks down. We'll do a Tua stack. We'll do a Dolphins stack and see what we can come up with. I got DK's running like 4 or 5 different free contests, so
really?
We'll have fun with it.
What's happening, Brian?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Brian? How you doing?
Not much. Can you see me?
No, I can't see you.
Hold up.
There we go.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, there he is.
What's going?
Nothing. Color talking about your homeland. You had to come up, huh?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me center myself. My wife has a cold. No, my wife actually has a cold.
Right
upstairs.
Now?
So
no, so you're in
isolation. You guys are turning into like Cheers here at the end of the day.
Nice.
So but
yeah, Color used to live in where was it? Color in St.
I was
Louis?
living in Jefferson County for like 11 years.
I lived in Fenton for 9 years, and
okay.
I have a place. I live in Chesterfield, Missouri.
Chesterfield's a great place, man. I really like Chesterfield a lot.
That's where we do our show every day, and I actually have a condo at the Lake of the Ozarks too.
Awesome. So you know about Florida, Missouri, then?
Of course. That's about a mile. That's about an hour and a half away from Lake of the Ozarks. But yeah, I know. Yeah, Florida, Missouri. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Awesome.
But you guys were talking about the Patriots game, and man,
did you see the list of their corners, Brian?
Yes, they've got Jalen Mills, who Mike Gesicki mossed 3 years ago, and then you've got 3 Joneses. You've got Jonathan Jones, who is actually a really good player, more of a slot type of guy. Jack Jones, the rookie from Arizona State, and you've got Marcus Jones, the rookie from Houston. So 3rd and 4th round picks, Jack Jones and Marcus Jones. But the big thing is in week 1, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle going up against that secondary. That's a matchup the Dolphins have to win right from the outset, because if we get into the 3rd quarter and the Dolphins are not taking control of that game, and they don't win that game, which I think they will, don't get me wrong, but if they don't win that game and they don't take advantage of that matchup, then you look at the 3 games after that against the Ravens, Bengals, and Bills, and it could be trouble. I can't understate enough that the Dolphins have to win that first game against the Patriots. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
No, that's Crypto's take around here. One question I got for you, Brian. Comment for me on my thoughts on our key. Basically, I'm down to the point where I think, judging by last year's performance on the field, coaching aside and all that, I'm of the belief that if we stop laying goose eggs in the 3rd quarter, we could literally beat anybody in this league.
Yeah, I mean, it was really weird last year that in the first drive, the Dolphins seemed to score all the time. And then you'd have in the 2nd and 3rd quarter, nothing would happen. I mean, it would be like first drive of the game, 80-yard touchdown, punt, turnover, 3 and out. And then
I think I counted like 9 of our games last year. We laid an egg in the 3rd quarter, and it was embarrassing.
It seemed like in the 3rd quarter they go, "Hey, we're up on points a little bit. We're going to play zone defense this whole quarter, and we're not going to get exotic. We're not going to do any zero blitzing or anything like that. And we're going to play prevent as if we're running out the clock in the last 4 minutes of the game. That's what it always seemed like in the third quarter. It seemed very vanilla, to say the least. It was like a run for a no gain, a run for.
Well, that was usually when we got that big play and then did nothing with it. You know what I mean? Like,
yes,
get a big play and then get a couple penalties, and
defense gets a fumble recovery, and we go run 3 and out.
And then an occasional missed kick by Sanders, which we can, I'm of the belief that was probably a holding issue that may have been resolved.
Yes, I agree. 100%.
Watching him in training camp, he's putting the ball right on the square, man.
100%. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that Jason Sanders in 2020 nails everything, and then in 2021 he has a different holder. He can't hit anything, and then now in 2022 so far, everything seems to be right back on track.
Yeah, other than the dink off the upright, I think he was 4 for 4 in field goals over 50 yards in preseason.
Yeah, which always seemed like he's money Sanders. We know him as a guy to count on. If it's 52 yards, which it seemed like every kick was for that year there, it was like 52, 53 yards. He crushed all of them. So
Thomas Morstead, we had on our show recently, and we're helping with his foundation as well. I mean, he's been a good punter over the last several years. I mean, he's 36 years old.
He was the highest average punter last year, wasn't he?
He was in the top 10 last year. But he did also bounce around from team to team. He was with the Saints for a long time. He was a 5th round pick in 2009. He made 2 Pro Bowls. He was with the Falcons and the Jets this past year, but he was always a good punter. And that's all that we're asking for. Somebody that can punt at a decent level, a Matt Hawk type, and that can hold the ball if he's expected to be the holder. That's it. Right.
Did Matt Hawk end up going to the Colts?
Yes, he did.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah, because Rodrigo Blankenship, can't remember his name off the top of my head, but their punter went out for the year, and then Matt Hawk went in there, and now he's the punter there.
I heard that they were looking at him and some other guys. I didn't know if he ever got the job. That's good for him. I always liked Matt Hawk. Totally got shafted by the Bills, and look at them now.
So, Brian, I hate to be the objective one here. Go ahead if you had something to say, but I wanted to get your opinion on basically if you're Bill Belichick, how do you stop our offense Sunday? But go ahead and elaborate on what you were about to speak on.
Yeah, I was just about to elaborate on punters and kickers, so not much. But what happened to that kicker for the Dolphins that hit that 55-yarder in 2016? Franks, was it?
Felipe Franks.
Yeah, Felipe Franks was the
quarterback. Oh, no, that's a quarterback. That's right. That's
Falcons. Right. What's his name?
Andrew Franks.
Andrew Franks. Thank you.
Andrew Franks.
Yeah. He just nails a 55-yarder in Buffalo.
I want to say
and then nobody ever hears from him again. Like, doesn't get even another chance.
I want to say
that point forward.
I want to say I thought he went to like in a battle at like Seattle or something like that, and then was in a battle the following year in like Minnesota and just fizzled out. You know, you can kick field goals, but
nobody's heard from him anyway. Color, you were bringing up a much more interesting question. What was your question again?
So basically, if you're Bill Belichick, how do you account for everything we got on offense, given the idea that Tua executes properly and our whole offense gels and we're executing?
You know, I think the big thing is the Dolphins have to take advantage of Hill and Waddle against these bum quarterbacks that the Patriots have. I mean, they are not good. And their only solution to that is to play a lot of zone type of formations. Yeah. Because otherwise there's like you cannot it is not an option even for them to go one-on-one with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle with any of those cornerbacks. And
I mean, even though they match up on one of these two rookies, a 4th and a 5th rounder, I mean, that's not going to be good for those kids.
Right. Even if they're talented kids, they have to prove a lot to go up week 1 against Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. I mean, with Hill and Waddle, you're talking about 2 of the top 15 wide receivers in the entire league. So the matchup needs to be dominated from that point. And that's where I mean, if the Dolphins don't get if they don't put up 20 points in the first half, I start wondering, I start saying that's a huge disappointment if they don't come out right out of the gate and start putting those points up.
I love the high standards. I love them.
I mean,
I like it. I think we should put up 45 on these bitches. Then we should totally just put them right in the dirt. Let's put them right in the dirt. Let's make them hate the Dolphins the way they should. Let's embarrass them week 1. Let's put the Ravens on notice come week 2. Give them something to look at. And I'm hoping, honestly, that the game they start out and implement the run. I want to see this run game and it work and us pound that rock. And then I want to see deep shots taken and expose their secondary. And you're right, Brian. If there was any team to go out all in with your new weaponry going to be out there, and we haven't even seen Teron Armstead and Alec Ingold and what they're going to do in their roles in this offense. This would be the time to really catch Bill, who's probably dissecting all the misinformation we sent along with Bowden to his football team. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Bowden is bringing nothing but misinformation to Bill.
Yeah, that's why Bowden couldn't shine in preseason, because he was only getting the vanilla stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
We saw that with Isaiah Ford and with Malcolm Perry over the last couple of years. I mean, that doesn't really. To me, that doesn't really matter a whole heck of a lot. Like, what is? If Lynn Bowden makes the difference between Bill Belichick winning this game from a mental standpoint or not, I'd be very surprised.
Right, you're kind of like me. It's the same take I have on Byron Jones. If Byron Jones is the reason we can't win, we got way bigger problems.
Yes, for this game, I'm more concerned about Byron Jones being out against the Bengals and against the Bills.
True.
Those are 2 bigger types.
I mean, to me, our biggest issue is mid-level tackling. But I don't think cornerback is going to make much of a difference if you can't tackle at the mid-level against a team like Buffalo, because you'll have Josh Allen running amok all over us if that's the case.
Yeah, Josh Allen is, to me, the best player in the NFL, unfortunately, and it sucks.
Interesting.
To have.
See, I like to jab him. I just say he's trash. I'm like TD. I just say he's trash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I've got to say,
kid's got a cannon and he's hard as hell to bring down. So when he puts moves on guys the way he does or blows through linebackers, it's hard to.
He only gets that from me because he's a poor winner.
This is the year he can't keep doing that. He's gonna regret playing football that way, because they talk like it's going to blow up for Lamar Jackson one day, the way he plays. But I see Josh Allen breaking tackles and running through guys too. As a quarterback, you can't be doing that. It's going to catch up to him. And this is
what he had 738 yards last year.
He's going to wish he didn't run one of these plays this year, and they're going to regret it, and it's going to cost them their playoffs.
And he better hope we don't ever bring Good up from the practice squad, because I think Good can chase him down.
I think Jalen Phillips is going to eat his lunch. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping Jalen Phillips just eats his lunch, goes in his fridge and drinks the last of his milk.
So what do you think about, speaking of Jalen Phillips, I'm of the thought that he's a superstar already, and it's just a matter of time.
I love Jalen
but there are still people that I hear talk that are like a little more hesitant to say all that a little more down to earth and grounded with their take on Jalen Phillips. As far as, hey, this is where he's at, this is what he still has to do. My eyes are so glossed right now that I need somebody to tell me what his problems are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think some people saw snaps of him in preseason, and I'm not even sure what they really saw. I mean, to me, he is a I don't want to say a poor man's version, but
you can say it.
Joey Bosa, he's that style of player, in that he's big, He's tall. He stacks and he sheds. And he's able to really get levels on the field, both in the perimeter, on the inside on run plays. He's that type of guy if he can continue to accelerate his game. I think he absolutely can be a star. You're talking about somebody with 8.5 sacks in his rookie year?
With confidence issues. With self-admitted confidence issues.
Yeah, he saw the specialist about it, didn't he say that?
Well, yeah. He mentioned that in an interview about the confidence issues he was having and being having to see a team counselor or whatnot. But
and there is something exciting going on with this defensive line, because halfway through last season, you saw Christian Wilkins, Jalen Phillips take that next step up immediately. Zach Sealer as well. In fact, Sealer was probably the biggest of all of them to take the next step up. And then they add Melvin Ingram this offseason, and he's a pros pro. And then they add another pros pro in Trey Flowers. I mean, you're talking about a deep, deep defensive line to complement a deep, deep secondary position when they get Byron Jones back.
Right. And another thing I noticed in camp and preseason, I already mentioned the terrible mid-level tackling, but our front four tackling is just stout. I mean, they can't run up the middle on us. They have to break the edge. If we lose containment, that's the only way we get run against, is if we lose containment and the mid-level gets shed. You know what I mean?
That's what I like in Phillips's game, is his containment, even as a rookie, in his pursuit when on.
Oh yeah, he's throwing off two guys at a time.
I want to see him
to help the other guys catch up to the tackle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to see him out there doing his work and what kind of things he's going to grow in his second year. Because his athleticism is next level.
Yeah, we talk about this during draft season. It matters when you have size and length, and Christian Wilkins has that. Jalen Phillips has that. Emmanuel Ogbah has that, and you can cover so many inches of the field when you do have that. And you can
how many
drop
times
back.
did we see Phillips shoelace guys in college, and then he took it to the NFL? He'd dive out 5 yards and shoelace a guy.
And again, that leads me into my disclaimer, Brian, is that I wanted us to draft him. I was on him from the moment he spent the whole game against Clemson in Trevor Lawrence's backfield. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so I am a little biased and really, really want to see this kid, pan out. You know what I mean? So
are you talking about Wilkins or
Jalen Phillips?
Yeah, me too, because I understand why he left UCLA, because of those concussion issues. But after he left UCLA, he had a chip on his shoulder. And then he came in his last year at Miami. He looked like Joey Bosa. Not quite as dominant, but he looked like that stack and shed 6'5", 265-pound defensive end. If he were a player that were at Miami for 2 or 3 years and played at that same level, and there weren't the concussion issues, then he would have been, no doubt, a top 5 pick in the NFL draft.
Right.
The player profile, like you say, it's one of the most sought after. That's why we drafted what's his name from Oregon. I've literally blocked
Jordan.
it out of my. When I got it out of my mind, I don't even think about it no more. But those guys, it's that hybrid outside linebacker that everyone praised that they hit gold with, and the kid just had all the attributes.
Absolutely, and I want to make it a point here too, is that the big thing with Deion Jordan too is that he had a speed to power problem when he came to the NFL. He was an outside linebacker who was 245 pounds. He could not take on offensive tackles. Jalen Phillips can, and that's the biggest difference. Jordan had other talents too, and he had other problems, drugs, things like that. And there's a reason Deion Jordan was able to survive in the league until he was 30. I mean, He was in the league up until 2 years ago. But Jalen Phillips can take on offensive tackles. Deion Jordan couldn't. And that was the, kind of the oversight.
And just on the personal level, having had the opportunity to interact with him for a second, getting his autograph, the guy is a class act. I mean, he took time before he signed any autographs to play some rock, paper, scissors with one of the kids. You know what I mean? The guy's just a stud all the way around,
It seems like that's the case with a lot of these Dolphins stars too. Tua, Waddle, Tyreek Hill, Armstead. There seems to be a good energy going on. And
they've really changed it. They really got what Chris Greer has been getting. It seems like those draft picks, you could almost typecast them. Like you look at Christian Wilkins, you look at the guys that he surrounded this team with, they all have that kind of mentality to them. You know what I'm saying? You can see the underlying character they want in the building. It's been pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm starting to come around on character because I've never really cared for character very much.
Right.
I like talent more.
Well, other than heart.
They're combining those two,
Right.
Character and talent.
I like to be a dog. You know what I'm saying? I like the guy who thought that his shit don't stink.
And Brian,
only he looked like it.
If you haven't ever heard me say it, the only jersey I've ever saw fit to spend my money on was number 42, Charles Clay.
I'll tell you a really embarrassing story. In 2019, I spent $700 on 2 jerseys. Laramie Tunsil and Minka Fitzpatrick custom made jerseys.
No.
And then they were off because I thought at the time there's no way Minka Fitzpatrick and Laramie Tunsil are going to be off the team.
Laramie's going to sign an extension. Minka Fitzpatrick's going to be here for years to come.
Yeah, they're on rookie contracts. They're safe players. I know this stuff. Yeah. And they're gone 2 months later. And,
oh, man.
And they're still hanging up in my closet.
But in fairness, at least we got some production out of Clay when he went to Buffalo,
Yeah, you probably have the number 42 Clay.
Yeah. Yeah. The Dolphins Clay. Yeah, and like I said, we got some production out of him as a Buffalo Bill, so that was nice. Speaking of Lynn Bowden and misinformation.
So yeah.
So what do you think, man? You think we easily got this, or do you think Belichick is gonna just pull a Belichick on us and have something right?
No, because if it weren't for what happened with Isaiah Ford and Malcolm Perry, who were, you'd have to think are smarter people than, Malcolm Perry went to Navy, obviously a smart dude, well educated, speaks very well. Isaiah Ford, I'm telling you, is going to be a Miami Dolphin at some point here in the next couple of years.
He's lingering around there somewhere. He's lingering around there somewhere.
And Bill Belichick traded for Isaiah Ford. No, I'm really not concerned about it at all.
Yeah, look, their wide receivers are as listed. Well, first of all, they got Matthew Slater, which I don't count him, but they've got Devontae Parker, Ty Montgomery, Jacoby Myers, Kendrick Bourne, Nelson Aguilar. The only one I give a little bit is Nelson Aguilar has done all right in the league, but these are not scary weapons.
So it really boils down to execution on our part, and it really is a matter of whether you given execution by us, is that even too much for Bill Belichick to overcome as a 6-time Super Bowl champion head coach?
The big thing is Bill Belichick, I think, structurally can dominate anybody. But he hasn't over the last couple of years. I don't understand what the Patriots have done over the last couple of years from a personnel standpoint. Remember what 18 months ago when they signed all these players, Kendrick Bourne, Hunter Henry, Janu Smith.
Yep.
What do they have to show for it except maybe Matt Judon, who's a good player, who's a good outside linebacker? That's it. I mean,
yeah, the Hunter Henry and the Jonnu Smith. Right down with that. Their tight end room is not to be written home about. Nobody's impressed with it and their output. So I don't know. I expect them to keep it vanilla and try to allow the run game to carry the bulk of the things, because as long as the Dolphins get out in front, we put the game in Mac Jones's hands. It's only a matter of time before the
Belichick's also been known to use his first 2 games as extended preseason games too. I don't want to rely on that, but man, I just have this. I want to say this is the first time in 21 years that I feel comfortable going into a game that we're going to beat the Patriots with no problem, that we should beat them.
See that.
However, I also
baby.
Well, I also feel like a trained dog in the respect that would I put my money against Bill Belichick? Absolutely not.
See, it's my comfortability that makes me uncomfortable. That's where my uncomfortability
Me too.
lies. That I feel so comfortable.
It's back like in the Dan Marino days when you're like, well, he can beat anybody. Why are we nibbling our fingers this week? But we were nibbling our fingers every week.
I would feel a little bit more worried about a couple of things you guys said if it weren't for Isaiah Ford and Malcolm Perry at wide receiver being picked up over the last couple of years. And also the Dolphins, with all their problems, have won the last 3 games against the Patriots under different circumstances.
In their house, too.
You know, and they've got to win this game, because if I can't emphasize this enough, if the Dolphins lose the first game against the Patriots, and then the following 3 are against the Bills, the Ravens, and the Bengals, we're looking at a 1-3 start at best.
I don't think we can withstand that again, Brian. I really don't.
But have we in the past? Have we the last
4 years in a row?
We have. But I think what you're saying, Brian, is you want a decisive offensive win this week, because that's what really we need to make sure happen. We could squeeze out a win and be vanilla on offense at times because our defense is so dominant, even with Byron being out. Because, I mean, let's be real. I think the defensive line is where we're going to see the super improvement this year.
And being a man of no faith, but a man of high superstition, it's 9/11, man. We got to take it out of the referee's hands. We got to win by 2 or 3 scores, man.
For weeks, bro. He's been singing that for weeks. He's like, no way, dude. You cannot keep it close with these refs on 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to win this first game, and that's what it comes down to. Because, look, if the offense is a dud in the first game, and then you've got those 3 opponents after that, that's easily going to spiral out of control. Because yes, the Dolphins have been a winning team over the last 2 years, but they also didn't make the playoffs either. You know,
that's true.
So if they don't win this first game, then you're talking about probably a 1-3 start if they don't beat the Patriots at home in the first week. Because in week 1 against the Patriots, the Dolphins are favored. The following 3 games, they are not. They're going to be 3-point underdogs.
Right. At least
so they
probably
better
4 point against
game.
Buffalo. So do you envision, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want.
I envision an ass kicking.
Right. Yeah, of course, for this game.
30 to 13
really?
Dolphins taking advantage of Jalen Mills, taking him to the woodshed over and over again.
I predicted 30. I think it was 31 to 17. It was 30 or 31 to 17.
Well, I'm gonna be the sourpuss. Okay, I've already put out a score, a way early score. It may adjust by the end of the week, but I've got the score being 38-35, and it doesn't matter who wins. That's what the score is going to be.
Pick a winner.
Dolphins.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
that's all I need to hear.
I don't just want the win. I mean, I do. I'll be happy with the win, but defense intercepts pick 6. I'll be excited just like I was when I seen Xavier Howard, handle business. But I agree with you. I want a decisive offensive win where we just put it on their ass and there was no climbing out of it, and that be obvious come midway through the third quarter that their defense is burnt out, their offense can't do nothing but take what we give them in short and intermediate, and it's just no match for the output of our offense in the way they're scoring and controlling the football. That would be a nice way for me to feel very comfortable come week 2, because I think that run game and that same type of attack is exactly how we need to play against the Baltimore Ravens come week 2, which will make me feel a lot better then. Now, as far as a passing high fly attack and how we're going to defend Josh Allen week 3, I'll have better answers to those questions between week 1 and week 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I also think that, just so you all know, my score prediction could completely change. I'm going to give my final one on Saturday morning. And once I do a little deeper dive on the Pats, I might adjust that back a little bit, because I also believe our defense has been soft progressing, even if they didn't get any better for any personnel changes. So given that they only could amount 24 points on us in our last meeting, maybe I should adjust my score back a little bit, but we'll see.
Let me ask you this, Color. You predicted 38-35 either way. Is there something concerning with the Dolphins defense that makes you think that this is going to be that type of 38-35 game?
Not really in particular, because I trust our defense, and I've been on record to say that at some point during this season we'll hold the number 1 spot on defense, even if for just a week. But there's just something about, like, I mean, again, we haven't seen our ultimate first team defense on the field together in preseason, but I am really concerned about the mid-level tackling, which, Belichick could exploit. And there's also the statistic from last year that a lot of people kind of just put out of their mind, but last year, New England was top in the NFL, number 1 in games scored 40-plus points. And I believe 2 of them were over 50.
Yeah.
So that offense does have the power to score. You know what I mean?
They certainly do. Is there a specific matchup you're concerned about? Like, one that I am is Landon Roberts and Jerome Baker going against those 3rd and 4th receivers like Kendrick Bourne and Devontae Parker, obviously, on the outside. Nelson Aguilar is going to make the team again. The Patriots are going to be, 5-6 reception weapons deep. Is that your major concern there?
That, and also that given that I'm sure Bill Belichick is aware of our problems at tackling at the mid-level, if he's getting Stevenson on the outside, we could get gashed enough times to where it just totally deflates everything and spirals. Now, I don't necessarily think that we'll be playing catch up. I think that we may jump out to an early lead and see them pick at us back in junk time, back to that area. You see what I'm saying? Maybe not. But again, I have to look. I haven't had a chance to actually, lock in matchup to matchup with the Patriots yet. So I'm going to be doing that this week and adjusting my score accordingly by Saturday.
See, but I'm hoping, Color, that it is kind of like a punch in the mouth to start the game, and then they're grinding out in the run game, showing how dynamic this offense is going to be with Mike McDaniel, offensive, guru / run game coordinator. That's what I want to see. And then just by the third quarter, they're doing whatever they want with them because of what they've done in the passing game and the running game and how they're going to show this scheme. That's what I really am looking at.
It's every bit as likely that Belichick takes the approach he took with Buffalo in their first meeting last year, and we get another 17-16 result.
Negative. I won't. No way.
I'm going to say that the Dolphins are winning the game 13-10 at halftime, and then after halftime, they get 2 touchdowns, go up 27-10, and then end up winning the game 30-27 or 27-13, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, that's right where I was thinking it too.
I don't see the Dolphins coming out right from the beginning and just punching them in the mouth. I don't. I see them eventually winning the matchups on the outside. I mean, if you have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Mike McDaniel coaching these guys, Mike Gesicki at the tight end spot, I don't care what people have said about him. He's a mismatch problem. There are just too many weapons. And if the Dolphins can't take advantage of that matchup at home and win this game, that's a problem from the beginning. And then from that point, over the next 3 games, that becomes an even bigger problem.
So you're inside Crypto's head, man. Crypto must love you, man, because he's the one preaching that around here. He's like, the whole season hinges upon our first game.
Well, it's definitely not a hole we want to crawl out of.
The Dolphins have to be 2-2 heading into their middle 6 games.
I tend to agree with that.
Between September 30th and December 10th, they don't face a quarterback who is even a top 20 quarterback other than Kirk Cousins. So if they go 2-2 in their first 4 games under any circumstances, then we're sitting pretty heading into the end of the year. But they've got to take care of business here in the first 4 games.
Right on.
It's a pleasure to talk to you guys tonight. I've actually got to take off, but
hey,
thanks
Brian,
for coming by,
Brian. Let everybody
first
know
time I got a real good chance to talk to you, man. I really appreciate you coming on tonight, man.
Absolutely. What's your Twitter handle, Cullen?
Mine is it's Colorcom, CULLERCOMM.
Awesome, man. Rock on, guys. Let's go.
All right, take it easy, Brian.
Thanks
Make
a
sure
lot,
everybody
Brian.
checks out on the Fin side. Brian and Paul killing it over there. The guys do great. I think Ron's still in the back. We'll bring Ron up. Ron,
I'm having to say every time I'm a little starstruck, bro. That was pretty cool, man.
Smitten, are you? What's happening, Ron?
Hey guys, how you doing tonight, man?
Oh, pretty good, Ron. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thanks. Thanks for bringing me up. I'm just chopping at the bit like everybody else. Can't wait to see this team on the field tonight, man.
Gonna be fun, huh?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be. Everybody's overlooking that the New England's offensive line is not the same as last year's. They lost a bunch of guys, and I don't know if you watched the Raiders preseason game against them. With the Raiders backups against the Pats starters, they could stop the Raiders from getting in Jones's face. And I can just imagine what our starters are going to do against that offensive line.
Yeah, I have no faith in anything they got going on their offense. If I was one of their fans, and I hear what their fans are saying. They're talking about Stevenson's going to pop off. Their run game's going to do good. They're expecting to see more of the same as Bostonians. But I think it's gonna be a rude awakening for these guys, man. I really do.
Yeah, if they try as I said earlier, but I actually am gonna counter what I said about them trying the Buffalo run game approach. They try to do that in Miami. Our offense will put a couple scores on the board, then they're done with that strategy. You know what I mean? It's not like
that's what I think will happen.
Not brutal winner in Buffalo this time, or New England. You know what I mean?
Hey, I got a quick question. If we win the toss, do you take the ball or do you defer? Because
we're going to defer.
I always defer, man.
I always defer, but I don't know because Mike McDaniel might say, "Give me that football."
Yeah, but you have to take advantage of the fact that, like, if you can get a 3-and-out in the first series, and even if you got to look at it like. Your only hope of recovering from any mistakes in the first half is getting the ball first in the second half.
Do you want to catch them with only warm bodies, not kicking and use that speed on them?
The reason why I ask that is because I think they'll be able to play better defense playing with the lead.
And I don't think their offense is dynamic enough to get us too far out of range if we don't get the ball, to take the ball first in the second half.
So I think it would all depend on how well the offense is playing versus what the defense is playing. If the offense is really balling out, they're going to want to score as quickly as possible. Yeah, they'll probably take the ball against certain opponents. But if it's more of like our defense is really good,
that's why it's week 1. We don't even know. Like
against Belichick. Belichick, I would defer. I would just defer against Belichick. That's what I would. I understand
you
why
let them
people
let them take their best shot. And the best case scenario is if your defense stops them from scoring, they're cooked because you're getting the ball on the second half. If you score on your first drive and they didn't, that's it. The game's practically over at that point. If you're a decent,
the odds of when you defer and stop them, then score, and now you're at that point, they've got it.
But with our defense, if anybody's defense can stop a scripted drive, what I'm saying is, if anybody's defense can stop a scripted drive, it's ours.
The only reason why I asked is because I remember, obviously, I'm older, and back in the day, Shula would always march down the field, score that first touchdown, and take the other team's hearts out right away because
he would take. Yes, I remember Ron. He would take their soul early and put them on notice. Like, yeah, bitch, you in for a long day. You in for a long day.
Yeah,
all right. But when we're down 14 and it's halftime and y'all are like, oh shit, and they get the ball back in the second half.
Does anyone look at being down or by halftime?
No, I don't.
Does anyone look at the
no. That's precisely why. That's precisely why I say defer, because I'm not expecting to be scored against in the first half, and then we're going to get the ball in the second half.
Yeah, I think that's smarter play. I mean, because the reality is everyone's betting against New England. Their defense is...
You all being the pussies wanting the ball first.
And that's the other thing.
How am I a pussy for wanting the ball? I'm not a pussy. I want to go out there and put them on notice and like Ron says, take their heart right out of them. Yeah. And they just kind of, before halftime, they're laying down and showing me their belly.
They wilt in the heat then, you know?
Okay, tell you what, Capitan. I'll concede Tyreek Hill on punt returns if you concede deferring the coin.
Easy. Done.
All right.
Done.
Deal. Now we're both not pussies. See how we get out of that?
Good. Easy.
That's funny.
Because I'm a defensive-minded kind of dude. I want to see the defense go out there.
Speaking of defense,
I want to take hearts out with defense.
Speaking of defense, did you guys watch that targeting in the LSU FSU game?
No, I did not see that, but I did
see
my
God, dude. It was criminal. It was so criminal that I'm surprised they didn't get him for assault. It was bad, dude. The guy purposefully lined up and purposefully didn't even try to hide the targeting or anything. Just straight up took the FSU quarterback out.
Took LSU's quarterback out?
No, FSU's. The LSU defender just straight up targeted his ass, like, didn't even try to hide it.
Well, when you got 500, when you got 500 players,
the videos
will
go around. I shared it on my Twitter. Check that out, dude. It's a really ferocious hit, in my opinion.
I don't know if I'll be able to show it without getting smacked.
Check it out when you get to it. If all you guys know my Twitter handle, go to my Twitter and check it out. Yeah,
written right there on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let him play is what I say.
I'm capping time. My dream start to the game. If you put pressure on Jones, he throws it up a 50-50 ball up to Parker, and Noah intercepts it, runs it back for pick six.
There's something to be said now for the 53-man roster rule in the NFL, because you're not going to want to give up one of those players to take those shots. Let's face it, LSU's got 5,000 players. They could easily get one of them to do something like that, and who cares if they ruin his career?
That's true. Like, here's my thing about Noah.
In other words, who cares if they ruin the guy that gets suspended's career? You know what I mean?
Yeah. My response to Ron's thing about Noah is that's if Noah can even see the field.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think Keon Crossan's going to be that guy that they put in on the other side, along with Nick Needham and Xavier Howard. So
I just have this suspicion that because he's been there for 3 years and knows the defense, and they could use Holland to help him, that they may go ahead and play Noah.
That's kind of
but that's only
my theory, Ron. I think so too.
Hey, how about
that works if Eric Rowe's healthy. Isn't Eric Rowe kind of having a lingering kind of minor injury or something?
Rowe's gonna be fine.
Well, check this out though. Don't you think guys like Holland and Howard know if they're playing Noah and Byron's out, right, and they're playing Noah? I mean, they're smart enough to actually take advantage of that. No different than they kind of back off and let a quarterback think that a guy's open and then jump the route. You know what I mean? They could already be prepared to be jumping Noah's routes. You know what I mean? if they start to feel the offense is going to take advantage of Noah. You know what I mean?
It's almost like giving the opponents a target that you want them to target.
Exactly. Just like backing off of a receiver to bait the quarterback into throwing the ball to him. Exactly.
Yep.
If you know you're faster than a given receiver and faster than a quarterback's decision, you will back off that receiver and bait the quarterback into throwing it to him and then jump the route. That's what we call in the NFL. That's what we call freelancing.
What's going on, Crypto? What's going on, CT?
What's up, boys?
What's going on, everybody? I'm the only one that's been on record that said Noah is going to win the game with a pick six. So don't be stealing my
Hey,
tape.
Crypto, how'd you like Brian Cat having totally agreed with you on your take about the New England game, bro?
Did you catch Brian Cat earlier, Crypto? He came by and dropped on the show. He was you and him get you guys see eye to eye.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard it. Yeah, I heard him. Yeah, I caught some of it. Yeah, he did. We were in alignment there. The stars were aligned. It's all on It's all in the New England game. The marbles are on the table.
How bad it gets if we drop that New England game is really, I mean, like you say, it's our playoff hopes. It's our Super Bowl hopes. I mean, you beat New England and go 2-2 in these first 4 games, it's not over. You lose to New England and go 1-3. It's not all but over, but the climb in the AFC with just AFC victories against AFC opponents when it comes matchup, when you got a 10-7 or 11-6 record versus to someone else, you might be in deep shit. And that is not going to be okay. We have been shafted on that type of shit
At the same time, we have to be careful, but we also have to be careful because if, let's say, the excitement of beating the Patriots, the fact that they are such a, let's say we expose them as a trash team, and or Belichick uses the game as an extended preseason, we could also be fooled into thinking that we've got the tools to beat Buffalo and the Ravens and everybody else because we destroyed the Patriots. You see what I'm saying?
I think ultimately, Color, we need to take every game super serious, no matter what.
Yeah, and I think Mike McDaniel is smart enough to know that and be coaching.
Here's my concern with the idea is with that whole Noah and Holland thing. Yeah, that shit may work against New England, but that shit's not going to work against the Bills, and it's not going to work against the Bengals. You can't give him that much help, man. So you just can't. The New England game, I could get it.
I agree with you in the aspect that I'm hoping that the Dolphins do that week 1 and week 2 against these opponents because I think the game plan's eerily similar and in opposite ways. You take the intermediate pass away from Mac Jones, dare him, and try to get him off his game and rhythm. You hold and contain
and CT give him
hopefully that other shit in the back end of who's doing what and feeling out our second and third backup guys at corner that gets figured out. We can see. All right, hell yeah! I'm like,
let me ask you guys this question because
real quick, Ali, CT. I was gonna say that if as far as the key to beating Buffalo is going to be putting Josh Allen in the dirt, given what he did with Gabriel Davis in the playoffs. So it really doesn't matter what we got in the secondary against Josh Allen.
Is the key in that Buffalo game.
Yeah, he is. Here, let me ask you guys this question, and actually 2 things real quick before I forget. Shout out to Scott Jackson saying that I'm Dad of the Year. I really appreciate that, man. That actually puts my confidence up as a father, and I really appreciate that. You have no idea. Yeah. But I want to bring this to your guys' attention because we have concerns about signing Joe Hayden because he wants to be a starter, right? Yep. Well, what if we did this? Someone brought up this idea back in the offseason, and I thought about it. And at that time, because I didn't really consider who we would have in the second cornerback if we were to do this. When Byron Jones comes back, what if you put him or convert him into a safety, right? And have Javon Holland run along the line to, go after the quarterback or be the spy. You know what I'm saying? And then rotate, the safeties in and out. I mean, it's a way to have both of them on the field at the same time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You mean keep Joe? You mean if you get Joe Hayden?
Yes, if you get Joe Hayden, have him as your second corner, but then convert, because some people say that they feel that if Byron Jones was a safety based on his talents, would be a lot better than where he's at right now. That's what some people have said.
That's
I've
the
thought
future
about
for
it.
Byron Jones for
He doesn't
sure.
have
He was a safety.
But
He was a safety in Dallas, and then they switched him over to corner. Yeah.
So if you put him back at safety, right, that allows you to do a couple different things. You can put Javon Holland, as the guy going after people, splitzing the quarterback or anything you want to do along that line. It also allows you to move Brandon Jones in and out. You can rotate the safeties a lot more. So instead of just being based on two guys, because think about it, last year it was Javon Holland and Brandon Jones the entire time, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Second half of the season.
Yeah, at least the second half of the season. This way, you got three guys you can move in and out, keep them healthy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You could technically do that with a 4-2-5 or a 5-1-5. You could definitely do that too. Where you could put all the safeties.
It's just a way that you can have, don't take a starting position away from Byron Jones. You have Joe Hayden starting.
You actually have the personnel. You actually have the personnel for that.
I don't think. But I think in that same instance, though, Byron Jones is not giving you the run support that a Brandon Jones is,
and he doesn't have the ball skills that Holland has either.
But you can still blitz him though. You can still use him as a blitzer.
But I'm just saying, I feel like Byron. I just don't think he's going to give us the same production in the run D that a Brandon Jones would.
But here's
but
the
you
other.
know what, CT? I actually like real quick. I actually like Nick Needham in that kind of role than I would have Byron Jones, just because you can use him. He's better, as a blitzer, and he's better run support.
We also can't discount what TD's been saying. Look, and some others have said too. You're not going to get, even when Byron comes back, he's not going to be like, hey, I'm ready to go play right now and be Byron Jones.
Well, I think he is, because I think there's a potential chance he might even be
ready to go already. I got you.
That's why they
and that's a possibility. But my point is that we have to face the fact that we don't have him right now, and we have to solve that problem.
That Dolphins realtor, I do understand that he's 33. We would only probably be bringing him for a 1-year deal, I'm assuming. And we'll be drafting a corner probably next year.
Ali, this would be like the Rams with the Weddle move just earlier in the season.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And the truth is, next draft, depending on what our draft picks are, we may be going after a corner very likely. The guy that I really like, if we were going to draft a corner, is actually the son of a former Dolphin, Joey Porter Jr. That's who I like.
I like him. He's a good kid too, from what I understand. Like he's
not a corner?
Chatterbox. Yeah,
he's for Penn State.
Oh,
He
okay.
actually he had the record for most pass blocks in a game or something like that.
I feel old. Old.
Yeah, pass breakup.
Joey Porter has a son. Oh god. Playing? Was he in college or he's playing
Penn State? Penn State
right now. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of players that had that have a son, Emmitt Smith's son plays for Stanford, and boy, he's a running back. He had a good play.
Really?
I saw the highlight, dude. He almost took it to the house. So he's
also shout out to Arondé Gadsden II, playing for Syracuse last night, caught a touchdown.
And if my dream comes true, Patrick Surtain's son comes home and plays for his dad's team. So that's my dream. I know I'm living in Fantasy Island. Fantasy Island.
What's weird is that we've gotten old enough to where the second generation of these athletes' children are coming around here to make us all like Irving was saying, feel a lot older at this point. Goodness gracious!
Hey, think about Patrick this though. What happens even if we can't trade for him? His Patrick Surtain Jr. So imagine again his first option when he's a free agent. He goes, you know what? Fuck it, I want to go play for my dad.
Absolutely.
Especially if his dad's still here coaching, dude. Why wouldn't you, dude? Why wouldn't you?
Defensive coordinator Surtain at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, so maybe every team should not draft him and so he can sign as an undrafted free agent. He sucks. He's bad.
No. He's already been drafted. Patrick Surtain's son plays for Denver.
Really?
Yeah, he plays for the Broncos.
Dude, he's
he was drafted in the first round.
Yeah,
he was still in
Irving.
college.
That's who's known as PS2. That's who they call PS2.
They call him PS2.
Wow.
And the other thing is, he's
I'm
tier
sorry.
2
My
when
bad,
it comes
my
to
bad.
corners. So
That's right. He from Alabama. That's right. Yeah.
He's a Byron Jones-esque corner. He's
he's
not
who
an
I
X
wanted
type
us
of
to
corner.
draft. I wanted to
Bad
draft him
memory.
really bad. So.
Cowboys wanted him.
Right. Patrick Surtain the second. Yeah.
Still have the poll up right now. How many points the Dolphins will win by?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's at 39% right now with 6 to 10 points. So within a close second at 31% is 14 to 21. So we still have some time. We'll keep it up. There's just, only half the people watching have voted on it. So make sure you guys hit the vote.
See, I already adjusted back to 6 to 10 and voted 6 to 10. So I'm thinking 38-31.
I'm thinking 31 or 30 to 17. That's what it's going to be.
31-10.
I have 42.
You're making all that. Sorry.
No, Ali, stop stealing my prediction.
No.
Go ahead, Ali.
No,
Ali, steal his prediction. Go ahead, Ali.
No, I didn't steal your prediction. My prediction, let me finish my prediction. With Tua on the field, it's 42 to 17. When Skylar comes on, it's 49 to 17.
Bring up the Skylar.
Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is precisely the definition of a backhanded compliment. There you have it.
Hey, so from what I'm hearing,
I agreed with you, Ali. I think it's 42-17.
That'll probably be the final score. But I just want us to blow out teams.
All this talk made me want to predict a 40 burger too, man. I'm like, wait, let's see. Giseki gets one. Tyreek gets one. Waddle gets one, and Cedric gets one. Or easy.
And Noah gets a pick six.
Yeah, or a scoop and score
that's really fantasy.
Yes.
Mine is actually a possibility, but that's
somebody's getting a pick six, Elijah Campbell or Noah.
Y'all are wrong. It's a Jalen Phillips scoop and score.
Okay. No, Jalen Phillips drop back into coverage and intercept the ball.
I like that too.
Jason Taylor.
I like that too.
And he freaking stiff arms his face in the dirt. Mac Jones trying to make a bad attempt at a tackle to stop him.
Somebody's getting a pick six.
Somebody's getting an interception.
I said Noah.
I think Ogba puts freaking Allen in the dirt.
I have video of Noah Igbenogany in the locker room after his pick six to the win.
Yeah.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
We all been forgetting about the guy that earned a new contract in the offseason, Emmanuel Ogba. We've been forgetting about him too.
I want to respond to that Dolphins realtor. So the reason that Joe Hayden is probably a choice is because Drew Rosenhaus does a lot of business with the Dolphins, and pretty much everybody we brought in has connections with Drew Rosenhaus, with the exception of
we would have got him last year if
Drew Rosenhaus also said that he only wants to sign if he's going to be starting.
Yeah,
yes.
So he already commented on it too. So that's kind of the other part of it.
Right. Yeah.
So
but the good thing is if they sign him, the contracts aren't guaranteed after week one.
Now, if we don't get Joe Hayden, there is a guy that I wouldn't mind trading for. I just don't know if the Ravens would give him up. That's the only thing. And he's on a 1-year deal left with them. Yes. Yes. I would go after him.
So I got two questions
he only has
for
1
y'all.
year left on his contract.
Hold on, guys.
So.
I got two questions for y'all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that everybody's going to give a long answer, so I'm going to ask both questions. First, the yes and no question, and then the follow-up question for it. Okay? Because I know y'all are going to do that anyway. Okay. Do you think? First of all, do you think the Patriots? This is the yes or no question. Do you think the Patriots are at least the same or worse than they were last year overall as a team? And the follow-up question to that is, given that we scored 30-something points on them last year at home in Miami, and Tua left a lot of meat on the bone, right. And now we have even more meat on the field for him to pick up, could you not see a 40-burger out of this game?
Can I go first? Can I answer that first?
Sure. Go ahead, Ali.
I absolutely believe that they are worse off than they were last season. for a lot of various different reasons. People do not give enough credit to Josh McDaniels. All right, he actually orchestrated their offense, regardless of Brady being there. When you look at when Josh McDaniels left to go be Denver's coach for a season or two, right, and their offense took a hit, even with Brady there, right. So now.
It wasn't that much of a hit. Come on.
It was because there was one season.
They still was leading the top 10 in scoring.
Not at that time. Not the first
year. And plus, when McDaniel, when he went to Denver, they wasn't the best neither. They wasn't like they was lighting up the world.
They didn't have a quarterback,
but Denver was
also
a crappy fucking team when he took them over.
Well, let's not making it look like it was all McDaniels. If it was all McDaniels, he could have made Denver good.
Show how bad they look with
it makes a difference.
Issues they got running their offense.
And you have Matt Patricia, who's a defensive specialist. So basically, they have flow running their offense.
But even put coaching aside, okay, so be conservative, Ollie, and even put coaching aside and say they get the same production out of Matt Patricia that they would have out of Josh McDaniels, having coached with him for so long at New England and being friends and all this and that and the other. Let's say the coaching is the same as it was last year, strictly on a personnel level on the field, talent level.
If the coaching was the same, then if everything was the same from last season, in my opinion, I don't think that this game would be considered, like all these people are saying it's a definite win. No, I think it would be.
No. What I mean is, though, what I meant by make the coaching the same, not the just judge it on the personnel on the field, talent on the field, better or worse. And
dude, they picked up Devontae Parker, right? Crypto knows where I'm going with this. They picked up Devontae Parker.
But he's not the primary guy. The
guy puts more work into Madden 23 than he does on the field. Right. So here's the deal. They didn't really bring in the corner that they need to actually, defend properly. You guys talked about the corners earlier, right? Their defensive line has more youth in rookie, not going to say rookies, but young, inexperienced players than they do experience. Right. And that's what they're betting on. Right. Their offensive line, they didn't really bring anybody. What's his name? Brown can't
my only
move
problem,
Ollie,
my only problem about this whole secondary talk is that every single year for the last 21 years, do you ever remember knowing who the guys in their secondary were until they became Hall of Fame players?
Yeah,
no,
but color. That's kind of my point.
Exactly.
That's kind of my point.
Gilmore, Talib Queeb. All of these players,
those were add-ons. Those were band-aids. I'm talking about
because they don't know how to
a band-aid. I'm talking about like, let's say circa 2006. Okay, nobody even knew who their defense was, and next thing you got who?
That was 18.
I'm just
18
dude. This
years
is
ago.
repeated.
But this has been repeatedly over 18 years. What Color's saying?
I got you guys. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say it like this. It is a poor matchup for their younger corners that are gonna get a lot of playing time, whether they'll be stars in the future or not. This is not the team with the speed on the outside that's gonna do them any fucking favors come week one. And kind of what Brian says back. We should torch the ever-loving shit out of them week one. That has to happen.
Now, without having seen their guys play in camp or preseason, I couldn't really make that judgment. You know what I mean?
Even if they did, if they're playing in camp, who are they practicing against? Who are they practicing against? There ain't nobody on their team. And
there's maybe
faster
one
times than
player
Tyreek Hill.
Going to Color's question about who they had in the 2000s that was actually maybe memorable, maybe Asante Samuel. That would be about it.
My take on this is their roster's not as good as last year. Their offensive line has declined. Again, I'm going to go back to that Raiders game, preseason game. They had their starters in against the Raiders backups, and the Raiders were in the backfield the whole game. Mac Jones is running for his life. So.
But that was the Patriots.
Hold on, Crypto.
Third strings and fourth strings.
Hold on, Crypto. I also remember, Ollie, I remember a guy that nobody ever heard of literally winning the Super Bowl for them out of nowhere.
You're talking about Tom Brady.
Talking about Brady? Come on.
No, I'm talking about in their secondary.
Malcolm Butler.
Oh, well.
Oh my
yes,
God! Oh yeah.
Oh,
Whoever heard of Malcolm
Exactly.
Butler until he intercepted the ball and won the Super Bowl?
Exactly. He didn't do
I
shit
did, 'cause he was
until
on
he
the
intercepted the
Dolphins.
ball.
I did,
And
'cause I
that's the
remember
only
him being
thing that
on the
made him
Dolphins.
famous. He didn't play well at all that season.
Guess what?
He
Malcolm
was a fucking.
Butler
He
was
was
in that secondary group,
But he was
this year and
instrumental
got
in them
cut.
winning games that
got
year.
cut
Is to
this year.
illustrate that Bill Belichick doesn't
I'm not
care
saying that they
who he's
don't
got.
get lucky or they scheme well. I'm saying they're getting exposed this
You think
year.
that the clock is run out on them? The hourglass is done.
I think
All right. Fair
the chances
Okay.
of Bill getting lucky with a Cole Strange as his starting guy this year, him taking a fourth and
All
a
right.
fifth rounder on the
Fourth round
corner.
pick.
This is the last year you get away with that shit, old man. And
Yeah,
it's gonna
right.
show
All right.
itself with a
I hope
7-win
so.
I
record.
want to
Hey,
say this.
Hey,
if
I'm not
I
gonna again, Capitan, I'm not gonna argue against you all night on that. You know what I mean? Let's do it. You know what I mean?
I would say I hope so. I don't.
wanted to give my
I've been
opinion on
snake
that.
bitten too many times to underestimate any opponent.
You know what? You know what? You know what? Belichick is good at. Belichick is good at
I don't
watching the
never fall for
Dolphins
that.
play and then taking players
sorry.
that we throw away. That's what he's good at.
They're almost
Crypto, I won't fall for no banana in the tailpipe. We need to get that on a meme, bro. Seriously.
So look,
Exactly. And here's and I'll
and Jacoby Myers back to practice for the Patriots.
they're
Yeah.
almost
and they had crappy
Ty
wide
Montgomery
receivers
is
last year.
they're
Let's
almost
stop acting like they had world beaters last year. We was in a dogfight against
Hey,
them.
hey,
as
Jacoby-
I remember Rodney
Has
Harris.
Jacoby Myers even caught a pass in a football game yet?
I don't
I
even
gotta
think
be
so.
honest.
Yeah, I
I
don't think
don't
so.
know.
They're almost in the position we were in last year, where they're going to live under defense. They don't have.
You can argue that the Patriots wide receivers this year is better. And that includes Parker, because before Parker came there, they didn't have not one receiver that had 1,000 yards in their whole
And
career
I
in one
agree,
single
and I'm not
season.
arguing that.
Whoa,
But
whoa,
what
whoa,
I
whoa,
am
whoa.
saying is, if you want to say overall, their team is worse than it was last year. That's
But
not debatable. That's
maybe a 3% drop. That's all I'm giving them.
Well, with all that,
Okay.
that's
So,
fine. But what I'm saying though
hold
is
for a second, CT. Let me adjust the question then.
yeah.
The follow-up question. So given that they're the same as they were last year, and we beat them 31-24, I think it was.
Yep.
Yes.
Right. Given they're the same as they were last year, does it make a difference with as much more meat as we have on the field for Tua to collect?
Yes.
Sophomore slump coming from Mac
Yes,
Jones.
I
Done.
believe honestly that I'm absolutely positive we can drop a 40 burger on them. And yes, you are right, bro. Mac Jones regression, bro. He threw into
That's if we score defensive touchdowns.
No, wait, Crypto. He threw into 6-tuple coverage. He didn't even do that shit last year.
Yes, he
And
did,
this
because he
year
got a
he
pick
threw
six
into
against
6.
us.
Their
So-
offensive line.
See, and that's where, again, I don't believe Noah's going to have the interception. It's going to be
3%.
one of the other 5 guys he throws at.
I mean, he's done that before, and he's also the only quarterback that put up a 50 burger 3 different times to do our last year with a crappy set of wide receivers.
As Harris says, it's going to be 38-10. I'm saying 31-17, and I say, or you know what? If it's
I got my Homer hat on,
38-10,
Yeah.
we will see Skyler throw that last 7 points from 31
40 burger.
38.
I said
We'll
Hey,
see
I was
Skyler
gonna
come
say-
in the fourth quarter, bro, and throw that last touchdown on
But
there.
Color, I
That
would
be
answer your
amazing.
question this way.
Oh, can I speak, guys?
We only can score 40 points if we get at least the minimum of 2 defensive touchdowns.
What's
Possibly.
up, Tony?
Maybe
What's
just
up, man?
one, but yeah,
What's
go
up,
ahead,
Tony?
Tony.
Jordan, go ahead.
brother.
Go ahead.
Yo, does anyone know who's going to be starting next to Baker inside?
Yes, it's
Landon
Landon
Roberts.
Roberts. It's still a Landon Roberts.
Okay. Oh, that's important. That's an important question. Don't you think it's significant
That
who's starting?
changes time of possession.
I
Hey,
agree.
Jordan,
absolutely.
just make sure.
We're gonna see. I think we're gonna see a healthy dose of Duke Riley out there too.
I agree.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, they had a great
Yeah.
Just Jordan,
that's
make
our
sure
weakest
you
link.
tell me if you ever book a
Linebackers.
trip to Niagara Falls, bro. I want to
Inside,
know.
inside linebackers are weakest link.
Yep. Hey, Color, you'll be happy about this. I haven't given my little football take, but I agree with Capitan because the Dolphins may pull a Hurricanes and stomp that ass and be like, all right, it's the third quarter. We're going to go ahead and put our second stringers in. And then when they light your ass up too, you're going to be an embarrassment of the town.
Right. And by the way, Capitan, I know
kind of like Buffalo did us in Week 17 2 years ago.
I know it was only Bethune-Cookman, like we talked about yesterday. Okay, but here's the thing. Alabama only put up 55 on their crappy school.
Exactly. Hey, MC, we talked. Man, he came up on y'all's show last night, and he was like, "Oh no, I got to go up there and I got to talk shit Alabama." And I was like, "Bro, you beat Utah State. Like, what are you talking about?"
Guys, what's Tinsdale's weight? I saw it was 230 for draft profiles, but you guys went to camp. Some of you, how's he looking?
Tyndall? He's pretty stout. He's pretty big.
Yeah,
him and Good almost look identical in body size.
Really good.
Because I like the linebackers to be at least 240 and a 3.4 inside. So
I think we're going to see a lot of only two linebackers that are playing off ball. We're going to see a lot of outside linebackers maintaining edges, and because we're going to go with extra DBs. That's how we've always done it. That's how we're going to continue to do it, especially with our safeties. We're going to continue that trend.
We got to watch it though, Chris, with New England. Okay, they got one of the better tight ends in the league. Okay, Hunter Henry, and the other one they got's good. I don't know if doing a 4-3. I know it's our base, but most of the time I won't want a 4-3 against New England. Because they're gonna go big, and they're gonna try to utilize these tight ends on us. And Baker's coverage isn't that good. Roberts can't cover shit. So we gotta watch it.
They're gonna be in an ixo facto 3-2, or like a 3-4, but really they're gonna be on the line as more like edge rushers out of the outside linebacker. They're not gonna play wide. And I think Eric Rowe can shut down Hunter Henry, who I expect.
Yeah,
to play.
I'm not really worried about it. But the issue
covering people in space with those short, quick passes.
Well,
I'm not worried about short, quick passes.
I'm not. I'm more worried about the run. Because again, where do these linebackers, especially with Baker and all these outside linebackers,
the key to beating their run? But the key to beating their run is the number of weapons we have on offense.
Very good at setting the edge, and that's where I get concerned.
They're not going to be able to compete with our weapons if they dish out the run. They're not going to be able to do it.
You guys also are discounting the fact that their offense.
If they run like you suggest, and we put up 2 scores on them with the amount of meat we got on the bone, they can't catch up. They can't compete with that style of offense, bro. The only reason that worked
at some point, if we get far enough ahead, they have to become one-dimensional.
The only reason that worked against Buffalo is because of the weather, and Buffalo sucks enough to not be able to run their offense in the weather for even 1 touchdown.
No,
I think it's gonna make me throw up.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's where we have an advantage if we can make
Buffalo greatest strength was shut down by Mother Nature. That's all that was.
Right, but CT, that doesn't excuse not even 1 touchdown, bro. Come on.
I agree. I want to see a shutout. I'd love to blank the fucking Patriots.
It's the same against the Jacksonville Jaguars. That nothing excuses them from not scoring 1 touchdown against the Jaguars.
No, and I agree with that. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying, given this year, I expect us to score much more. But what I'm saying is
I'm talking about the Bills. I'm not talking about us, bro. We scored plenty of touchdowns. We scored touchdowns on the Jags. They did it.
No. I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying, I'm specifically talking about New England this year. Where I'm concerned about is we can score much more than we did last year. I'm not concerned about that part. But I'm still concerned about, again, what a team's. But let me ask this. So, again, what do teams do against high-powered offenses? They run the ball. They try to control the clock, time of possession. Try to
get at the quarterback.
And limit the other quarterback's opportunities. That's what I'm getting at.
You can run all the ball you want. That high-powered offense is carving up your defense. The time of possession is irrelevant.
Exactly. I would venture to say that the St. Louis Rams back in the day, their defense wasn't the greatest in the world, but their offense was putting up 45 a game.
Right. Exactly. You give me the ball, you still have to kick the ball off. You plan on having onside kicks and keeping the ball for 60 minutes? I don't care how much you run the ball to try to kill the clock.
Go to the extreme, Crypto. No, I'm saying, okay, instead of every team has a propensity in it to have, stalled out drives. That just happens in every game. And all it takes is,
but the longer your drives, the chance you have of stalling out a drive.
Can I finish before you interrupt? I'm saying, yes, that's going to happen. But yes, you can go and score touchdowns on your other drives. But it doesn't change the fact that, again, if instead of on average you get 5-6 possessions a game, but you're only getting 4 or 5 this time, that limits your opportunities to score 2 more touchdowns. So it starts to make the game closer.
No, it's not, because all they have to do is force you into a mistake on that so-called ball control drive and force you into a mistake, and you get the ball back.
They can force you to make a mistake and throw an interception one time or fumble the ball one time.
But if your defense ain't scoring, it don't work. The Indianapolis Colts had the ball 19 minutes against us, and we hit the ball for 40-some minutes, and they still beat us by 21 points. Well, freaking Dallas Clark opened up the game with an 85-yard touchdown from Peyton Manning. So don't tell me that time possession matters.
All it takes is one fucking score.
Exactly what he's talking about. When the Giants beat Buffalo in the Super Bowl, they did exactly what CT's talking about. They kept the ball away from Kelly.
No, they didn't, because they still almost lost. The field goal kicker missed the game. They still should have lost the game.
And again, it doesn't change the fact that they wouldn't have been in that position if their defense wasn't laying the fuck all over.
They still had a shot to win, though.
Yes, they still had a shot.
All right, guys.
No, this is a pointless argument with people.
Oh, they're going one at a time. Let them go. They're not talking over each other.
Trying to hit before it happens.
The Giant example is a bad example because they still had a shot. Buffalo still should have won the game.
Still reduced it.
But again, sorry, you guys.
But the Giants didn't kill the clock entirely. That's the point.
They killed it enough to
Buffalo still had a shot at winning.
The Bills under 20 points, bro. That high-powered offense, they kept it under 20 points.
But they still almost won the game. That's my point.
Nothing is perfect. They still kept the ball away from them, though, and kept it a low-scoring game so that they were.
Regardless, they still keeping it a low-scoring game. They still should have lost the game.
Is that the game that Thurman lost his helmet? I mean, that could be the reason.
No, it was the following Super Bowl year.
I think I know where Thurman's helmet is. It's next to Jimmy Hoffa. They're still looking for it.
All right, update on the poll. We're at 84 votes. It's neck and neck. 36% with 6 to 10 points. 35% with 14 to 20 points victory.
Wow.
Neck and
so I'm making a good case for that 38 to 31.
Mm-hmm. It's at least the chat is agreeing with you.
If New England scores 31 points on us in that first game, I'm calling for fucking Boyer's head right off the fucking bat.
Come on.
Yeah, high scoring or low scoring, you can still lose time of possession and still win the game.
It's a divisional game, bro. It's supposed to be close, bro.
I know, but I'm still harping on the fact that he threw in a 6-tuple coverage. All he has to do is that once or twice against us. Holland will have one. Fuck, Noah might even have one, and then it'll be a fucking 50 burger, not a 40 burger.
Am I right, bitches?
Oh yeah, they've totally.
If your defense can't stop the point, and I don't care how long you try to run the ball, because you're gonna run yourself out of the game.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I actually agree with Jordan.
Especially at the weapons we got.
Well, it depends. Again, only if they can get you down enough points that you abandon, your scheme and say, "Fuck it, we have to throw."
That's the pressure I want to put on them.
Absolutely.
Going into the second quarter, because we've deferred, as I defer to color, we get the ball back and get up on them. Next thing you know, we're up 17 points on them because we already up 10. Another touchdown.
We go after Jones. Yep.
That's right. We grind out the run game through the third quarter while our defense puts the work and we put the ball in their hand. and then we throttle them in the fourth, score early in the fourth, and just drag their asses through the mud the rest of the football game.
Hey, I thought of a way that Skyler can come on and score touchdowns without even being up so crazy.
Oh,
we could introduce the Wildcat 2.0. I'm just saying, the guy can run. He hasn't shown it, but
if
the
he
guy
throws
can
a
run.
deep bomb to
Wait,
Tua
that's
on
true.
the outside, streaking down the field, that would be
Hey,
amazing. Tua
Hey,
Why don't we run
that's true. Hey, Ali,
Why don't we run the
as well as
Wildcat
the
with-
fact that going back and having us do it against New England in week 1, oh, that would be fucking poetic justice. That would be poetic justice.
Hey,
You guys
should run the
remember when we did it
Wildcat.
to them?
Hey,
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna say that we should run the Wildcat with Tyreek Hill handing off the ball to Jalen Waddle, and then Cedric Wilson. If you're gonna pass it, have a Cedric Wilson playing quarterback. He's running the option, and then
awesome.
yeah, right.
Dude, how awesome would this be? This is even crazier. How awesome would this be? Something like what you just said, except somehow Skyler is lined up as a receiver and catches the touchdown.
I think he's got the
Imagine if that
athleticism
actually
for it.
happened. What the Skyler fans are going to do?
I think he has the athleticism for it.
He's not going to be active for the game, bro.
You never know, man. I mean, he is on the
Oh,
53-man
come on,
roster, so I mean, here's the deal. You guys remember when Brissett was here? Brissett came in on those 4th and 1 deals. Maybe they used him like that.
They were all successful too.
Yeah, exactly. They did that, and it fucking failed every fucking
it's Brissett. You're talking about Brissett versus somebody that actually can run, somebody that actually can throw. And in my opinion.
So guys, this is like one of like 5 free entries that I got on DK. So I just want y'all's opinion really quick.
Let me see it.
Yeah.
If they have Noah getting a touch, if they got Noah getting a pick 6 for like.
So hold on, CT. So I got Lamar Jackson at quarterback, Chase Edmonds at running back, Michael Carter at running back, Mike Williams at wide receiver, Cedric Wilson Jr. at wide receiver, Duvernay at wide receiver, Mark Andrews at tight end, Derrick Henry in my flex, and the Dolphins defense.
I would swap Chase Edmonds with Derrick Henry, change positions.
It doesn't
really matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but
it don't matter on the draft.
Oh, okay. So on DraftKings, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah. The flex doesn't give you any extra points. Now, if you're doing a showdown, the captain spot gives you extra points.
Who's that underneath Cedric Wilson?
I got Duvernay. That's currently the wide receiver that Lamar Jackson has played with the longest on their squad. So I got him as kind of a cheap sleeper. You know what I mean?
How much?
Some salary.
So yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
And to pair with Lamar Jackson.
How much was Rashad Bateman? Just curious.
Well, we can find out. We can find out.
Because Rashad Bateman, I think, is going to be the main guy in Baltimore.
Let me zoom it back in so y'all can see.
Trillamass says it's pretty. Sounds pretty good. I mean, Derrick Henry could go off in week 1 if he comes out fresh.
Yeah.
5,300 and Duvernay was 38. So Duvernay allowed me to save some salary.
Money. Gotcha.
And Derrick Henry's obviously going to be chalk. So you got, I mean, it's kind of like, do you want to do that? Who's going to match him? You know what I mean?
I like the Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews is solid.
Yeah, because that's likely who's going to get Lamar's touchdown.
Look up Chris Olave. I'll spell the last name for you if you need it.
For the Saints.
What position?
Wide receiver.
HB got him on his fantasy league.
Yeah, go to player search. Type in OLAV as in victory E. Chris Olave, 4,500. Okay.
New Orleans.
Yeah, because I believe Michael Thomas is going to be out, I think, for the first game or two. And
really?
Chris Olave, yeah, because he has an injury, I believe. Let me look that up.
On both of their carries.
Jarvis Landry's there, but I'm going to tell you right now, Chris Olave is faster and catches the ball smoother and has yards of separation. Just I love juice. Don't get me wrong. I love me some juice, but Chris Olave takes it to a new level.
Right, but he's a rookie.
Doesn't matter. You can blow up as a rookie. It happens. There's
always
Lamar
hey,
was a
hold on, Ron. There's always a rookie in DFS that blows up the first week that nobody saw coming, man.
Who's Saints playing? Who are they playing? Actually, it's somebody we should look at.
New Orleans.
I know, but who are they playing? Atlanta?
Oh, Atlanta, yeah.
Dude, I would do it because it's Atlanta. Is
Atlanta.
Atlanta's defense?
So now I got to make up. Now I got to make up $600.
Oh, okay. Never mind, dude. I was just trying to help you out.
Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that.
Anyway,
who do we give up?
Let me see your lineup again.
Okay, it's on. Do I need to blow it up a little more?
Yeah, blow it up a little bit more.
All right.
Michael Carter on the Jets.
You guys are getting a preview of the second half of coffee with a cup of color Saturday morning because I got more lineups that I can do.
Carter's going to split carries with.
Let's go ahead and put Drake London in there. Put an all rookie lineup in there.
Okay, so do I get rid of Edmonds?
No.
Carter maybe?
No, Carter maybe.
He's going to split carries.
I would say Cedric Wilson would be my low hanging fruit on this end.
Yeah,
Carter I was going to use as a run back for the Lamar
Problem
Jackson.
Is who you gonna fill him in with if you take another wide receiver?
Well, now I got 4,500 for a running back, so let's see.
What's Christian McCaffrey's status right now?
Philip Lindsay.
Well, you might want to get Jameson Williamson.
Hold on, let me look at these colors. Let me just take a look here. Hold on.
Dontrell Hilliard.
No.
Scroll down.
How about Mostert?
How about Gaskin?
Look,
10 points per game. I mean, let's go by points per game and see what we can get.
Go down a little bit.
That's actually a good thing. Oh, look who we got here. Oh.
Okay, so this is by points per game. So let's see who the first one we can afford is Deonta Foreman.
He plays for Carolina with McCaffrey.
Yeah,
and then the next one we can afford. The next one we can afford is Myles Gaskin.
I would try Deonta Foreman because they're probably gonna run the ball a little bit.
Oh, that's right.
That's
right. He's not coming behind Henry anymore. That's right.
Yeah, he has McCaffrey in front of him, but McCaffrey's so injury prone. I don't know how they would.
And that still leaves me with a little salary.
Yeah, but Jamal Williams. Never mind. He's too expensive. My fault. Never mind.
That's a decent lineup right there. Can we get a better wide receiver at $4,000 than Cedric Wilson?
I don't know. Take him off. Let's see.
For $4,000. What is Drake London?
The first one we can afford is Quentin Cephas with 9.9 points. He's playing to Philadelphia's defense, and then we got Cedric Wilson Jr.
I don't know who else is available.
Marquez Callaway with New Orleans.
No, that's
we already got Chris Olave.
Oh, you can't get Lazard. Never mind.
Let's see. Who are these other guys?
I don't know, man. Hey, actually, Rashad Bateman against New York. Oh, never mind. He's 5,000.
What about Pringle or
Bettis? Going up and down like that? Do they can't sort them by price or something? That kind
of.
Right?
I can, but I'm looking. I've got it sorted by points per fantasy.
Yeah, he's trying to max the points. He's trying to max the points. I know what he's doing.
Okay, yeah.
So
it was getting to me where we were going up and down, and they were different prices, and I'm like, fuck, if I assumed the guy above them would have been, but
we'll go straight salary.
Braxton Berrios.
I was gonna say though that Rashad Bateman against the New York Jets, but he was 5,000. So
Berrios is not a bad run back against this Lamar Jackson stack right here. That's not a bad idea.
Saying somebody against those Jet D is gonna go off this weekend.
Well, if it gets out of hand with Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews and then Braxton Berrios is going to probably get the ball a lot.
Scroll down that list a little bit, Color. Let me see who you got there. Slow down right there. Hold on. Go up a little. Now go down.
Hold on. Let me take Braxton back.
Sky Moore's an interesting candidate.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much.
Yeah, Randall Cobb, but I mean,
I don't know about against Minnesota though.
But he'll always. I mean, Randall Cobb's that guy that Aaron Rodgers could decide to target 500 times in a game.
I mean, with your ixo facto third wide receiver, you're looking for someone who's going to score a touchdown.
Hey,
I don't
Aguilar.
know.
There's always Aguilar.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but that might be the guy who gets the touchdown.
There you go. You get. Oh, never mind. It's done. All right. I was gonna say Jakeem Grant's right there.
Oh shit, dude, that's so mean.
Kadarrell Hodge. Hey, let's go way out of nowhere. Kadarrell Hodge. Desmond Ritter is gonna. Wait, who's starting for the Falcons? Mariota.
How much is Hunter Renfrow?
He's got to be out of your bracket now.
He's going to be more. Okay.
Look, I can't even afford Devontae Parker.
Oh my God, bro, that's terrible. You're hurting for coin.
But I got Mike Williams. I mean,
I don't really believe in Mike Williams.
Zay Jones against Washington is interesting. Didn't you say he has to be under 45?
If you take Mike Williams and put him off the board, what kind of money you got having 2 open spots, and what other wide receivers can you afford?
I got 10K.
No, he just got traded to Jacksonville, with Trey Lance.
Just for shits and giggles, how much is Damian Pierce in this league? How much is he?
Oh my God, you can't afford Adam Thielen, or you can't afford
Adam Thielen.
Who are they playing against?
And then
Who are they playing against?
They're playing against Green Bay.
Green Bay.
That could be a shootout.
Yeah, but Adam Thielen might eat too, because Justin Jefferson's going to be held up by Jair Alexander.
Well, let's see how expensive they got the Packers defense. The Packers defense. I mean, look at that.
About that.
What they're saying is the Packers, like the Minnesota offense, is like decent. Because they're, you know what I mean, they have them ranked 5th.
That's what I was saying. I don't know if I'd go Green Bay versus Minnesota. Yeah,
take off Adam.
Well, wait, what time is that game? If that's a primetime game, you could see a shootout happen between the two quarterbacks. Is it in Minnesota?
4:25.
Nah, it's not a primetime. Is it in Minnesota?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I don't know. Go put Adam Thielen back. I want to see what other wide receivers you can get, because I'm going to try to pick 2 middle tier ones for you and see if that could help.
All right.
Rather than
so we got 5,300 per.
All right.
Renfrow is 58.
Jeez, Renfro's still out of your price bracket, huh?
Thielen's only 54.
I like Rashad Bateman against New York.
That's a good. I kind of agree with that one.
Then I'm going to take off Olave because I can't have 3 receivers with Jackson.
It's cool, man. I'm just thinking.
How much is yours?
Bateman has been a favorite. Bateman has been a favorite of Jackson since last year.
Is Kansas City?
I think losing Hollywood Brown. I think Bateman is going to take over those touches for Hollywood Brown.
How about Smith-Schuster without Tyreek Hill?
Damn, Antonio, that's a good Pierce and Derrick Henry as your starting running backs for the season. That's good.
Yeah.
Smith-Schuster with Mahomes. I don't know.
Let me see color. Hold on. Slow down.
Yeah, you're going way too fast.
Nah, I ain't feeling no Corey Davis. I wouldn't pick any wide receivers from Baltimore. I would only have Mark Andrews.
Color, did you find out how much Damian Pierce was for running back? Damian Pierce.
Tyler Boyd, 4,800.
That's not a bad. It's not a bad pick. Yeah.
Playing Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Tyler Boyd's a good snag.
That's not a bad pick. Yeah.
I think that would be. Yeah.
Now who's the wide receivers you can? Now who's the wide receivers you can afford at the top of your list?
Before I do that, I'm gonna look up who does Pierce play for?
He plays for Texans. He's going to be the starting running back, dude.
He's going to be the bell cow this year. He's my
dude,
sneaky.
You can afford him too. Hold on.
Yeah, but I got to give up Chase Edmonds or Deontay Foreman.
I'm not going to lie.
I think he's going to get more than Chase Edmonds.
Yeah, I take him.
I would say he's going to get.
I don't think so. Chase Edmonds. You get PPR.
Yeah, you get reception points too. You get reception.
So now I've got 5,400 left for a wide receiver.
That's pretty good amount. Too.
All right.
Good amount.
Can you afford? How much is Brandon Ayuk? Oh, you can afford the Adam Thielen.
Yeah, bro.
I would get Adam Thielen.
That's it. I think that's the lineup right there.
Wait. No. Hold on. Go back. Ayuk plays the Bears, bro. That might be the better option this week.
I was looking at Ayuk. I didn't know who they were playing though.
They're playing the Bears. Thielen's playing
Well, how's
Green
the
Bay.
weather going to be? Let's see how the weather is going to be.
Okay.
Yeah, because that could be the freaking. It could be treacherous. It could be no one throwing that
It's
week.
true.
I might be
gets
wanting to
in.
take Tyler Boyd out because of this. Let's see. Where is
Right there.
right there?
Partly
Okay,
cloudy,
it's gonna
sunny.
be it's gonna be a sunny day.
So why don't you take?
So how about I do this? Since Tyler
Yeah.
Boyd's gonna be playing in the rain, we're gonna go here
and then see what else we got.
and do I have Ayuk? No, I don't have Ayuk. So let's see. Let's see what we got without.
Hey, Smith is there too.
Oh, Landry with the Saints?
No.
Smith.
Yeah, Juju Smith might be a decent one.
Treylon
but
Burks might not be a bad option. That's
Chase
really
Claypool with
Titans'
the
only
Steelers.
receiver.
Chase
Yeah,
Claypool could be
Trey
a
there, you
monster this year, but
Played Cincinnati in the rain, color.
What's that, Ron?
They're playing in the rain. That Pittsburgh Cincinnati game is in the rain.
Oh, right. That's right.
Corey Davis
So-
for the Jets against.
So why aren't we doing this then? Because that game is in the rain. Shouldn't we be doing this?
running back. No.
Najee Harris.
Najee Harris has no offensive line until proven otherwise. I would not put him on my team.
Okay.
They did pick up Jesse Davis.
And I agree.
Come on, Ollie.
They did pick up
I
Jesse
know,
Davis.
but I'm saying let's. There's sarcasm, and then there's just stupercasm.
No.
Color was asleep for my comment about that last night. By the way.
Oh, bro, yeah, I'm sorry, Ollie. I don't know what happened, bro. I was like, next
It's
thing I
all
knew,
good.
it was like 4 a.m, and I'm sitting in my
It was
chair.
that Don Shula. Don't lie, bro. I know it's the Don Shula. It was that
Well,
perfect.
unfortunately, I wasn't able to get none of that over here. But
Oh, it's true. Damn.
I could go back to Chase Edmonds if I want.
I would do that.
Who did I pick up?
Balls out of backfield.
If I want Ayuk.
Yeah, but I think in that same semblance, though, man, I don't really see again with Chase Edmonds sharing.
It's going to be a running back by committee. You're right.
Yeah,
CT.
that's where I wouldn't. I don't think I think Dolphins running back this year.
What about AJ Dillon?
He has Aaron Jones in front of him. It's almost the same thing.
But he gets a lot of their touchdowns because they get down to the goal line and they go with Dillon at the goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to remember in this scenario, your top 2 running backs are Derrick Henry and Dameon Pierce. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, let me switch. Hold on. Let me do that. Let me make that switch so we can put any. That is the benefit, Ali, is you can put anybody in the flex. So let me put Derrick Henry where he's supposed to go as a running back. And now we can do a wide receiver. We can do 2 wide receivers or a wide receiver and a running back.
How much is Javonte Williams for Denver?
Who?
Javonte Williams, the guy we were going to draft.
Yeah, I was just talking about him.
I don't know why
earlier.
you have Rashad Bateman as your wide receiver. I would. Take
I don't
him
either because somebody told me to. I just really want Andrews and Jackson.
No, wait. We said Rashad Bateman was better because he's playing against the Giants. It's going to be
Yeah,
easy
but you
point.
know what? I don't
He's
really.
playing against the Jets.
I'm playing Jackson for the running
Jets,
benefit.
Yeah,
and he throws his touchdowns to Mark Andrews. So I really should only have a 2-man stack.
You know he's gonna freaking juke somebody in for a rushing touchdown and pick that up too. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Mark Andrews and him are who you want. Wide receivers.
How about Sammy Watkins?
No, not against. No. Remember that game is in the rain. Remember?
That
game is in the rain.
How about this guy now that Tyreek is gone?
Didn't he just get cut?
No, he didn't.
I thought I heard something that he was getting.
I don't think Hardman's going to be the guy there. I think it's going to be, and I apologize if I screw his name up, Pachenko. I think it's going to be Pachenko. That's who I think is going to be the Tyreek replacement.
They got Schuster.
Is that a dance?
They do have Schuster, but I don't think it's going to happen week
He's
one.
a wide receiver that he has all the skill sets that Tyreek had that would make
I
him
don't
a
see
good
no
replacement.
Pachenko on their staff.
Don't even put him on your thing because it's such a long shot. But I really
They don't
feel
even
like,
have him listed, bro. I don't even see him on here.
Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
He's probably going to get a lot of targets.
After week 1, maybe he might pop up. We'll
Scroll
see.
to the top of your wide receivers so I can see who you got going on around this month.
Okay. You want me? Okay, yeah, perfect. All right.
How much is Terry McLaurin?
McLaren is
6,500.
Holy. Scary Terry's.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad deal.
That leaves us with 41 per.
How much is
For a
Devontae
flex.
Smith? Devontae Smith, how much is he?
I like that you had 3 running backs, honestly.
Yeah. I'm telling you, look at
So let's go
Devontae.
in the flex. Let's get a running back. Let's pick a wide receiver, like a cheap wide receiver, and we'll go running back in the flex.
No, get your running back first, then we'll find our cheap ass wide receiver.
All right.
How much Devontae Williams is? He's going to get the ball a lot.
We don't have the sneaky rookie wide receiver yet that might
How
ball
much is
out.
Tyler Lockett? How much is Tyler Lockett?
Nobody throwing him the ball.
Yeah, who's going to throw him the football?
There's always Pittman, too. Pittman's got Matt Ryan throwing him the ball.
Probably should look at Seattle's bench because you might get a Seattle wide receiver cheap. Get your running back first, Color.
All right.
Yeah, see about Devontae Williams, man.
Well, we can't go. Let's see what we can get down in the real. What about ETN?
Nah, I don't.
He's ready to break out. He's ready to break out.
Breece Hall might be.
I think his ACL is ready to break out.
All right.
Yeah, he's coming off injury. What about Devontae?
Now, if Travis Etienne breaks this slate, guys, I remember you all said this. Okay.
No.
How about Deontay Harris against our defense?
No.
Look, they have us ranked 17th.
I'll tell you who's sneaky is
know,
Cordell
man.
Patterson. How much is Cordell Patterson?
That's
Shit, he's
a good
expensive.
one.
He gets points everywhere. Yeah,
He was up, Color. He was up.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he's right there. Right there.
5,800.
Damn, he's expensive.
Wow.
Is Devontae Williams?
Dude, he is going to get
And they're
so
going-
much.
Throw him
And they're
on there.
going
Just
against the
throw him
first
on there
ranked
and let's
defense.
see what wide receivers you can get with the 3,800 you have
Oh, it's all
left.
the way to the top for a minute.
No, we.
All the way to the top for a minute.
Let's. Well, he can't afford all those up there. I mean, he can, but it'll leave you at nothing at wide receiver.
Devontae Williams more than Josh Jacobs? I don't see him on.
Well, how about let's see what we got at the totally nobody knows who they are wide receivers.
Yeah, because it would leave you with 2,800 left. If
I
you
mean,
did
somebody look. We keep. What was everybody's score prediction for the Patriots and us?
17.
Right.
Somebody's
got to score their touchdown.
It's going to be Nelson Aguilar. It's going to be Nelson Aguilar.
Oh no.
That's who's going to be the guy to score the touchdown. Telling you. It ain't going to be Devontae Parker. It'll be Nelson
Now we
Aguilar.
got 4,800 in the flex. And remember, it's listing wide receivers, tight ends, and running backs.
About Gesicki. Catch a couple touchdowns.
I usually don't like to have 2 tight ends, but
I don't
obviously he's not a pure tight end. You know what I mean?
Scroll down further for me. I just want
There's always Mostert too.
Yep.
Darryl Williams.
I still like that Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, but he's worried about the rain.
Yeah, I mean
But
it's still 7 days out, but it's still 7 days out. That don't mean it's gonna be rainy by then. I could put him on now. I mean,
Can you just scroll to the top? I just want to see where Devontae Williams is.
that's Darryl Williams.
No, Devontae's with Denver.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I can itemize by Denver. Hold on. Makes it easier.
I mean, he's going to be their bell cow.
Where's Denver?
Well, the voting on the poll is over. It's at 40% to 31. We'll win by 6 to 10 points.
Where the heck is Denver?
110 votes, 109 votes.
Is Denver playing Monday night or something?
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, this contest doesn't include that game.
Okay. That's why it was on there.
Oh, Marlon Mack with Houston.
Marlon Mack got cut.
Yeah, he got cut.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't go
Look,
Sony
they
Michel.
still have Sony Michel as my.
I mean, McCole Hardman is down there. What's he at?
46.
I mean, he's gonna get more
That's what I'm
opportunities.
saying. Somebody's got to get Tyreek
that
targets.
might
Right,
be
that's
not
why
that option.
I
Color.
like Schuster. I think Schuster's going to get more targets than he will.
From
Yeah, they
Patrick
still got-
Mahomes. I mean,
Yeah.
Patrick
Sony Michel on
Patrick
Miami.
Mahomes was already targeting Mecole for quite a few touchdowns in the season. You know what I mean? Even with
All right,
Tyreek
let's look
there.
at the lineup.
All right, so we got Lamar Jackson,
I like it.
Damian Pierce. That's our rookie running back. Derrick Henry, Terry McLaurin, Nelson Aguilar, Brandon Ayuk, Mark Andrews, at tight end, Mecole Hardman in the flex, and the Miami Dolphins' #1 defense.
So Nelson Aguilar will probably get you those 6.6 points. That'll probably be it. Mark Andrews will kill it. Brandon Ayuk probably will.
So
get
can
more
we
than
get
he's
anybody?
projected.
So can we
Wait a
get
minute.
anybody?
Why does Damian Pierce have no projections?
Because he's a rookie.
Okay, all right. Just
probably get somebody better than Ayuk for 5,200.
So here's the thing:
Brandon
Nelson
Ayuk
Aguilar
is 5,200. Holy
yeah,
cow!
Yeah,
you probably get somebody better than him for that kind of money.
Let's see who's out there. I mean, if you're gonna take Ayuk off, you might as well take Hardman off and try to get someone better, and then see what you can stick in your flex.
Right, exactly. So let's go to wide receiver. Finish
which
that
is what
category.
I said. Like,
wow, Renfro's only 5,800.
That's
Renfro's gonna get so many targets in that game. It's gonna be a fucking shootout.
Especially
Las Vegas
going
versus
against
LA.
a tough defense. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, bro. It's gonna be a lot.
Yep.
I can't believe how high up
So that leaves
Robert Woods is.
That leaves us 4,200 in the flex. Let's see. Let's get down there.
James White's the first bum.
Brian Edwards.
Color. So I reported last week that
Amir Abdullah. No. Go ahead, Ali. I'm sorry.
I reported last week that Damian Pierce, since I've drafted him on my fantasy team, each week it seems like his projected points for the year keeps going up. So CBS week, not Damian Harris, Damian Pierce, the rookie, the one we're talking about from Texas. Originally, when I drafted him, they said he was going to have like 157 points, right? The next week it went up to 170. Then it was 177, and now it's 197 points. It just every week it just keeps going up and up and up. It's ridiculous.
Now, what about Curtis Samuel now that he's got Wentz throwing him the ball?
I think he's gonna be his safety blanket. Honestly,
Right.
I think he's gonna be his safety blanket because Scary Terry can catch all kinds of bad thrown footballs. So
Right.
That's what I think. That's why I said pick him.
Who does Zay Jones play for? Jacksonville?
Yeah.
I thought he played for the Raiders.
He used to. That was prior to him running
Now
out
what
the
about
window.
what about this Darius Slayton for the Giants? They're saying Tennessee's defense secondary sucks
but
at
aren't
31st.
Isn't he slated to either get cut or traded?
Possibly, yeah.
So I'd be worried about that.
Huh. Oh, we already got McLaren. You're right, Capitan. We don't want Curtis Samuel because we already got McLaren anyway.
Yeah.
Pittman again?
We're already eating off that. Right.
How much was Pittman again for Indy?
Pittman is
he might be. He's their
he's
number
up
one.
there. He's up there.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw down there Kadarius Toney. Check out his matchup right there. Versus Tennessee. I don't know, man.
Questionable. Let's see what his injury status is.
Always hurt that guy.
Expects Tony to suit up week 1 against the Titans, so he should be good to go.
Yeah, man. I think that would be a pretty good matchup.
And they're playing at Tennessee, so let's see his away games. Receptions 31. Let's see his
he didn't play
game
much.
log. See if he's played. No, he hasn't played Tennessee before.
He definitely gets targeted, though. You look at the last couple games.
Hey,
Trey made a good point.
How about Gabe Davis? Yeah, I just should have said the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good point by Trey right there.
Look, he got way more targets in away games last year than home games.
Yeah, but they don't even the Giants don't even have the same quarterback. Oh yeah, they do, but God, he sucks.
And look, he had way more fantasy points per game in away games than home games last year.
Listen, I had Darius Toney and I flexed him in my league a couple of times. Like I would drop him and pick him up, and I got lucky every time I did.
Look up Gabriel
Davis. It was
Davis.
like 1 out of every 4 freaking games that he did something.
That's a great idea.
And I don't think it's gonna be, but Gabe Davis is gonna be good, dude. See what he's at, Gabriel Davis.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, because they're going to be in a shootout against LA.
Yeah, they are.
Did I already miss him? Damn. Let me just itemize for
How much
Buffalo.
is Keenan Allen? That's who you need on your fucking fantasy team. That guy's a freaking monster.
Well, he was kind of expensive, so that's why I punted and went with Mike Williams. You know what I mean? Originally, on my last one. So Buffalo is not on here either. Are they playing Thursday night? Yeah, they're playing Thursday night, so they're not on here.
Okay. How much was Pittman again?
Pittman is I just saw him. He's 55.
I take him over Tony, but then you got to drop somebody else. Yeah.
This looks like it might be it right here, man.
Okay, now how much is Kyle Pitts as your flex? Could you get him as your flex? That's what I want to know. That's the next question. Tight end, Kyle Pitts.
5,700. He was up top.
He was at 5,700?
Yeah, he's third.
All right, forget it. Forget it then.
Yeah.
All right, read it off one last time, Color.
All right, so we got Lamar Jackson, the rookie from Houston, Damian Pierce, and Derrick Henry, Terry McLaurin, Nelson Aguilar, Hunter Renfrow, Mark Andrews, Kadarius Toney in the flex, and the Miami Dolphins defense.
Play, bro.
I take out Toney and Aguilar, put Pittman and somebody else in.
Take out Toney and Aguilar for sure. I don't know if it's Pittman,
you
but
guys
I
like
definitely
a bunch of women shopping, bro.
Pittman's going to be Ryan.
Just go in and be like, "That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen." And look at it again and go, "That kind of looks okay, but I wouldn't do it." And then the third time, they're like, "Oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen."
Brandon Cooks.
Pittman is the #1 receiver on it.
Now I only got 1,300. Hey, let's see if there's a $200 wide receiver that nobody's thinking about. Oh, damn! I can't even afford the cheapest.
Can't even afford a tight end. All right.
So let's pull out.
That sucks.
I don't know if I still like that though. I wonder if we can trade him out for McLaurin.
I would keep McLaurin in over Brandon Cooks. I think they're going to start out with the run game first at Houston.
I think Pittman gets more targets than Cooks does.
Take out Brandon Cooks. He's too damn expensive.
So we need another guy like this that's like in the 4,000 range.
I like the Chris Olave. The Chris Olave.
Liking that one?
Yeah, I'm still liking that one.
And then 3,100 for the flex. Let's see what we got. All right. Talk about UPS drivers.
Bottom of the barrel here.
Jawan Jennings, San Francisco.
No.
The
rest of these guys ain't even playing. Keyshawn Johnson.
Is that Keyshawn? No way.
Keyshawn Johnson, man. He's a Dolphin hater. Kirk Merritt.
Oh God.
Funny enough, he might get some targets.
I don't know. Not in New Orleans, bro. I don't know, man. I think that
Olave, Jarvis Landry. Who else they got? You said Thomas is out.
Here we go.
There you go.
Here we go.
Oh, what? Mac Hollins, bro.
I want you all to know I took a first place in a showdown tournament with Mac Hollins as my sleeper last year. So I'm doing it again right here, man.
Yeah, he's going for the Raiders, man.
Well, look at it like this. You've traded Chris Olave and who else was it?
No, you traded.
You traded Nelson Aguilar and Kadarius Toney for Mac Hollins and Chris Olave. I like that.
I like that too. Yeah.
Now, if this wins me, let's see how much this wins me.
The only thing that worries me about Olave,
$1,000 I could win on this free tournament.
The only thing that I worry about with Olave is that he's a Ohio wide receiver. It's the only thing that worries me.
All right.
I don't trust athletes from Ohio in the NFL. Quarterbacks are bums. They're CBs. Brian Hartline was the last one, but you know what? When they're touted as really good, like first and second rounders, they always right into the ground. They got the best PR team I've ever seen in my life, next to the
so team. I could switch out Olave and get Mecole Hardman.
How about Braxton Berrios?
AJ Green.
How about Braxton Berrios?
I'd still keep Olave.
I don't think so.
I really think that Olave is going to get some good targets in that in that
and
offense.
nobody will have him, you know. Yeah.
I like it.
All right. So here we go. Final roster for this tournament. Lamar Jackson, Damian Pierce, Derrick Henry, Terry McLaurin, Chris Olave, Hunter Renfrow, Mark Andrews, Mac Hollins in the flex, and the Miami Dolphins' great number one awesome defense.
I like it.
Yeah, you got 2 Raiders receivers, though, Colin. You know that, right?
I think you're going to crush it so good with your running backs in this that it's not going to matter. Your top 3 guys are going to have so many rushing yards between Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and the kid from Houston. You're going to be golden.
All right. So we got more we can do. We'll do more of them Saturday morning.
Trey says, bro, take out Mac Hollins.
Hell no. That's my guy, man. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Mac Hollins might get some work in. You never know. He might get some extra work.
He was balling during the preseason, they were saying.
Bro, I see them hyping him up on their freaking deal all over the place.
So
Mac
we'll
Hollins,
do some. We'll do some more over coffee Saturday morning and talk more about how we're going to beat the Patriots.
Simmer. We'll let it simmer.
That'll be fun.
What's up, Sharif?
Got like 3 more I can do.
Hey, Sharif.
What's up, buddy? Long time no see.
What's up, Sharif?
What's going on, man? That's Color. Everyone, how y'all doing, man?
Pretty good, man. How you been, Sharif?
Right here, man. I just actually watched the all table
all 22
the round table with Capitan and I think it's Finside the NFL and
and a bunch of people. We had Alex Dono on and had a lot of people.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, man, you missed that, man. But
it was good.
that was a couple of different perspectives, something fresh. But the fantasy, I actually just did a fantasy league draft and everything. I'm seeing with the Dolphins. I think Tyreek would go first, probably in the first round. But other than that, I think Waddle's probably 3rd round and then now you have to go with Edmonds. Maybe the defense and then Edmonds. So that's my top 4. Tyreek, Waddle, the defense, and then Edmonds.
I've got in a poll right now, Hill, Waddle, Edmonds, and Gesicki on who everyone thinks will be the fantasy guy. I knew Hill would win, but I just wanted to see how close it was kept between the other guys. Right now, it's neck and neck, 15% each for Edmonds and Waddle. So I think people are sleeping on Waddle in a lot of ways because they're going to have to give opportunities they're going to have to account for Hill so much that I think Waddle's just going to chew bitches up. That's a sneaky fantasy guy if you can get him for the right price. Problem is, you ain't sneaking him for any price in fantasy. They know he's good.
Yeah, man. I wanted to say though, my confidence is kind of high. I know I'm thinking 3-1 out of the gate, but my confidence is in the fact that the whole offense hasn't played, mainly because we've been holding guys out, veterans, making sure they start the season healthy as opposed to getting nicked up in the preseason. And I just think for me, it's something new for us we have never seen. We've seen Tyreek on the hill without Waddle. And so nobody's never seen the whole team. Maybe McDaniel and the staff. So who has a disadvantage? The fans by complaining of not seeing the whole offense, or the defense of NFL teams? So I think the defense of NFL teams have more sleep to lose as opposed to us fans, right? I just think it's going to be an adjustment the NFL is going to have to make, and that's a good thing for us. We need to win, man. 3-1.
Hell yeah. Talking about setting a new standard around here, Sharif. I like it.
Yeah, and particularly I've been, watching more of the Juszczyk and the tight end from San Francisco, seeing what they do, and Baldinger has been helping me, guiding me to why, because you can just look at offensive linemen, push people, but you need to know the scheme. And I understand now what he means by bringing the running game here with Shanahan. It's a great deal has to do with the fullback and the tight end. And I appreciate that we drafted a tight end, 2 tight ends who can do that, and we got Engel. So for me, the success of the running game is it's going to be half offensive linemen, but half how these tight ends and this fullback blocks for these committee of running backs.
I mean, you're gonna get no argument from me, bro. I've been saying this for a little while now. I want to see this run game come out hot, early, and often, and then they take over with the pass game because they're now selling the run with conviction. That's what I want, and that's how that's what this offensive scheme is predicated on.
Indeed,
the outside zone, and it's really going to make things easier. They're going to cut the field in half on some plays, do isolation and picking up their matchups, looking at someone chasing Waddle or Hill, and it's going to be an easy, decisive pass for Tua, and they're going to be able to have the ball out in space. Can't ask for better than that.
No, and think about it. We were complaining 2 years ago when Chan Gailey had 20-point leads in the first half, and we complained that he ran the clock out, and we lost even some of those games. But this team is going to have 20-point leads at halftime, and guess what? We're not going to stop off the gas. It's this type of team we have. When we have a 20-point lead, the defenders are going to pin their ears back, and we're going to zero blitz you to death. So if you let Tyreek and Waddle get up on you, we would love. That's something that we would love as fans, to have a 14-0 lead in the second quarter and our defense pin their ears back. That's something we need to see this defense take advantage of, as opposed to they're carrying us to week 14 and then they're bloom. They don't have any more energy left to do anything.
I know y'all probably talked about this too, but I would love to hear everybody's opinion. I know it sounds stupid, but just hear me out. The fact that Mike McDaniel dropped the F-bomb in a press conference, I felt like it really showed me again why these players love him so much.
I fucking loved it, CT. Are you kidding me?
But I'm just saying,
you got to realize, bro. I said it the other night in a chat that he's coach for life for me now, bro. I
feel like it gives credence. I finally feel like it gives credence for people who they kind of doubt, like, oh yeah, it's a new coach and coming in, and yeah, they love everything. No, this guy relates to these guys to the point where he's not trying to come out and be something he's not in press conferences. This guy is who he is, and the fact that he realized in the middle, oh fuck, I just fucked up, and
he goes, coach speak.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to deflect. He was like, blah blah blah, coach speak. But it shows why he's so relatable to these guys and why they fucking love him. And I think that makes a huge difference when you have a coach you believe, you really care about, who relates to you. You want to play harder for him, and I love it, man. The fact that he's not trying to pretend he's something he's not. Like for example, Rex Ryan. When Rex Ryan used to curse in press conferences, and then he'd be like, "Oh, I apologize. I'm not really like that," and whatever. But then you see video of him on the field cursing the shit up and down, and everybody knew he was full of shit. So it's like Mike McDaniel's not trying to be he's not trying to be nobody else but himself. And I love that.
That's what's up, man. And another thing,
he was also smart enough to know, hey, I just cursed on fucking TV or whatever. And he was like, blah, 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 coach speak.
And the cool thing of it was such a nonchalant fucking, you know what I mean? It was like, talking with the boys, I told him I wanted to fucking draft, this.
That's what I was saying. That's where he showed who he is, why he's relatable, because that's the way he talks,
Another thing I wanna
but didn't you hear that he's too small and he's not gonna have the respect from his players according to that writer? He's not a physically imposing thing like the rest of the NFL.
Apparently, that writer has to go fucking understand, maybe study some history. Napoleon was short as fuck, and everybody respected the shit out of him.
Let's make a list off the top of our head of head coaches that are what I would perceive to be physically imposing. Okay, the Lions with fucking man Campbell. He's physically imposing. All right, I got you there. The Steelers Mike Tomlin. He's got some imposing kind of physical traits.
Andy Reid. He's a big old boy.
I did say this earlier. I said,
sorry.
Andy Reid, get a hold of a motherfucker, bro. Bitch being in trouble, bro. Get a hold of you.
If he gets a hold of him and gets on top of him,
it might hurt a bitch, but all right. So we'll even throw Andy Reid in there, the Walrus Man. Who else?
Campbell for the Lions.
I said Dan the Man Campbell and Mike Tomlin and now Andy Reid. Who else is left that is like a physically imposing?
Not a single one. Not a single one.
Boy, if Dan Campbell gets his hands on you, Brian.
Tony Sperano.
But no, I'm talking about now.
He said current. He said current. He said current.
What are these guys he's talking about? When I look at McDaniel and another head coach, how is he? Robert Saleh is a good one. And Buffalo Bills' head coach. He's an ex-freaking wrestler. That guy will fold you up. So all right, okay, now we're finding something.
Yeah, because
we got 2
when I'm walking down the streets of San Francisco, I'm really worried that Kyle Shanahan's going to come up and mug you.
Kyle Shanahan ain't there's no different than our coach.
Really though. After we seen Flo do what he did with Cincinnati, none of those guys could beat Flo.
Sean McVay might as well be the little turtle on Finding Nemo. You know what I mean?
Hey, don't disrespect Crush like that. Color, do not disrespect Crush. Apologize, please. Do not disrespect Crush like that.
Carol, I mean, like what was the guy thinking? That was just the weakest take of all time. Really.
Couldn't find anything else to base the Dolphins on.
That was my point too, Ron. I was like, that's all they could figure out. Your coach ain't big and strong. I'm like, your coach is old and fat.
Exactly. Bro, everybody sat there and talked about for years after guys retired after playing for Rex Ryan. And they were like, you know how much it pissed them off that he would sit there and say, oh, you're fat, you're out of shape. You missed weight by 2 or 3 pounds in the off-season program, and he would yell and scream at them, and they're like, bro, look at you. You're still eating the fucking Twinkie from last night. Like, come on, dude.
Exactly. I get that point, and look.
Private Pile, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
It's a jelly donut,
jelly
sir.
donut.
Are you allowed to have jelly donuts? No, sir. Then why do you have one? I wanted it, sir.
Full Metal Jacket for all you guys.
Oh, my God. I love that fucking movie.
So, to me, that was the dumbest, most laziest comment. Dolphins Twitter and alike are just destroying the guy right now. He ended up on Cuck Mountain. Shout out to the artist. You put him up there where he deserves to be. His face looks like it belongs on Cuck Mountain, too. So, really, guys, the interesting wrinkle in the offense that I want to see is how does Alec Ingold fit in, and how dynamic will they use him? Because Kyle Juszczyk, they've used even in the slot, out of the passing game. Will he come in lined up in like an offset I formation and then just roll all the way out to the slot and run routes? I don't know. Is that how they're going to use
what I've noticed in the preseason real quick is, did you see the shimmer? I think you brought up most of those videos with Brian Baldinger, Cap. So did you see where Hunter Long did the shimmer out of the tight end position and got to the second level, and then Hunt came and took on that block? Things like that, you got to give praise to Perry and Applebaum right away. Like out of the gate, those guys are smarter on blocking. And what ended up happening? Mostert for 25 yards up the right sideline.
Well, Sharif, you know what I heard from a lot of our guys was something that I didn't hear a lot last year, is them talk. Well, and you heard, I think, completely understated as an actual leader on the offensive line, teaching them stuff in Teron Armstead. But he was harping, and the offensive line coach had been harping on key points. Where do you need to find your key areas? on this play, where are you supposed to be? Not where are you and where you're trying to go, but where are you supposed to be? Because sometimes that ain't your man that you're locking up with. You're supposed to get out to the second level and put a hat on that guy over there. So there's a much better ideology happening with the offensive line. Continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and on I think it was 2 out of 6 plays where Ethan Carthon just blew it, and that was the game that we ran over 200 yards. But 6 out of those 6 attempts, 2, that means he blew 4. He had the opportunity to, as a fullback, to take on his block. 2 of them, he fell down in the hole.
Why he's on the 53, bro. He's on the 53, and keeping Ethan Carter as that ixo facto 5th tight end should show you everything that they're going to run 21-man personnel, and they're going to rotate their fullbacks and their tight ends. You're just not going to know who the fuck's playing what.
See, I want to bring up to your point. It's something that I talked about a couple days ago, and people fail to realize this because we didn't do it at all in the preseason. So, and it makes schematic sense for us because we all know that Tyreek and Waddle are going to take attention on the outside. We're going to have Giuseppe going out up the middle or across the middle to get them linebackers moving. But here's where people fail to realize that don't know or don't understand what they did with Alec Ingold. His number 1 favorite route is the fucking angle route out of the fucking backfield on the offset eye, where he goes out and he looks like he's going out to the flat and he stops and he goes straight back in the middle. Well, what happens when Gesicki's traveling across the middle and gets them fucking linebackers out of position? And here comes fucking Alec Ingold on that angle route, wide the fuck open. Over.
You're going to have all that room to work with.
Exactly. Too. And, bro, he did that so many fucking times in his past. That is his favorite route. Guess what? We didn't see that one fucking time. What did we see? We kept seeing him go out on that out to the sideline. Bro, they're going to be watching that, and they're going to go, oh, he's going to run out there. Watch that shit. I guarantee you it's going to happen. It's going to be a huge fucking play.
Yeah, man. What's going on?
I haven't played Madden in a very long time, like probably 10 years. And it just feels to me like if I had this roster playing Madden, I would probably, it would not be challenging enough for me.
Yeah, it feels like you fucked around on Madden and built your team rather than
like I raised everybody to 99, you know.
But
like
exactly. Let me ask you guys this though. Don't you feel like a question has been answered from 2 years ago? Like, remember when we were begging for the defensive end so we can create normal pressure from 4? Now we don't have room for defensive. Like when Van Ginkel comes back, the room is full, bro. And this is what we wanted this. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have too many pass rushers, not enough fucking linebackers.
Man, I wanted this from 2 years ago when we could have gotten Clowney and we could have gotten the kid from Cleveland, but we didn't, and of course we suffered in the run game. So now
I think if we get Van Ginkel back by Baltimore, I think we have a really good shot at beating the Ravens.
And let's be honest. Listen, I love you, Sharif, and everybody knows here I'm the biggest Gamecock fan in the world. I would have fucking loved Jadeveon Clowney. There's only one problem, is after 3 years, he was fucking done. So at this point, I like the fact that we didn't go there and we went somewhere else. I just think we need more inside linebacker help. The rest of the fucking defense, a little bit of cornerback depth, but the rest of the shit's fucking good.
Well, with Ingram and with now Flowers, I think what you have is that guy who can take on 2. So a guy like Iguavin or Landon Robbins loops around what they call a game. So, or Raekwon Davis can hold up 2, and now a middle linebacker comes around with Flowers holding up.
But you forget, Sharif, I love you real quick, and I'm sorry, but that's if a Landon Roberts can find the right fucking hole. Because even if they open the fucking holes and he picks the wrong fucking gap to shoot, we're still going to be in this same problem.
Do you think we can generate normal pressure from 4? Because I think we can. We can now.
We can. I think we can.
Especially Christian Wilkins going to take another big leap too.
I would love to see us create pressure from 4, and then all of a sudden we don't need the zero blitz every time, because what we have is a NASCAR defensive end like the Giants 3 years ago. That's what we're leading up to here, you know.
Sharif, I think
freaking NASCAR rotation.
I think we've done enough.
Guys are just going to get sacks.
Sharif, I think we've done enough that like we're probably going to generally get pressure from 4. It may not happen every play, but we do have the ability to do it.
I agree.
Where I'm at. You know, if we can get that every play, yeah, that's golden. But even if we just know we can do that when it matters, you know what I mean? That's good enough for me.
That'll be refreshing and new color, because I've never seen it in 2 years. To be honest, we've never created pressure off of 4. And under Flores, we've never created pressure under 4 or with 4.
Yeah, and I think that was schematically where we wanted, because he wanted more to prioritize the cornerback position and the safety position. And I think that left us a lot to be desired in the defensive end and interior, positions on the defense.
So back to this 21-man personnel that I think we're going to see. Something I want to see translate from Mike McDaniel and offensive coordinator, run game coordinator, translate with Alec Ingold on the field, because I think we've only seen some of this, but I can't wait to see a lot of it. We've seen Ethan Carter do this, and whoever plays fullback in the sets. But without Alec Ingold, this is where I want to see his specialty, is on these trap back plays where he'll be lined up on the weak side. Okay, so it'll be a tight end on your right, and he'll be lined up on the left side, looking back from the quarterback going forward. Yeah, he'll come in motion right before the snap of the ball to the strong side, which forces linebackers to crash down to the strong side. If you're playing the will, and you're now on the weak of the line, looking at the fullback, you are now naturally going to get caught inside the traffic. And then they trap back, where he then gets around in front of the quarterback, close up to the line, and comes and sets the edge for then the tailback to take it, hand it off to the right, but bounces back to the left. Yep. And it literally sets the edge. We've got guys fast enough to make that happen already on the roster. It's those types of run games that are going to allow the first person that can get their hands on the runner with the football will have to be a secondary guy. Will have to be a safety.
And what side is that supposed to be on, Everton?
What strong side and weak side, yeah.
And what I've learned in
left side, strong side.
Is that Brian's song?
The only thing that I have with that, though, is again, it's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I was just saying. Go ahead, CT.
No. Go ahead, Sharif. My bad. Go ahead, man.
Man, I was saying what I've learned about the chip with the tight end, how Alec Ingold will be used, everything I've seen Juszczyk do, like what Capitan is just explaining is that where the offensive line flows left, but the tight end and fullback is trapping, or the run at the snap, the offensive lineman strafe right. And then the trap is left, or the double counter, Ricky Williams. Yeah. So, and like he said, we have the guys that are fast enough to hit 22 miles an hour. That now, when you move their front seven with the shifting of the tight ends, now you're only dealing with 2 tacklers when the running back gets the ball up 10 yards up the field. He's only dealing with the safety and the cornerback. Brian Baldinger pointed that out, and that is what our dog.
For speed.
Yeah, Baldiger's videos are great.
Yeah,
I just think that again,
I does a great job explaining that.
Yeah, and you were bringing up, like you had brought up, Cap. It's in addition to that, we're putting a lot more pressure on these guards to pull on those trap plays because they had the alternate
So
trap play
not always,
where
not
the
always.
guard
Typically,
pulled. No, and I'm not saying always. I'm just saying that they also do that, and that's one thing that we saw was blaringly obvious, that Liam's got to get a farther step back because the 2 times he tried to pull, he tripped over
ain't no
Connor
lie.
Williams both times. And that's, I don't know. Again, I think that's maybe because we ran that power gap scheme last year, and it's just something he's not used to. He's got to get that farther step back off the line before he pulls. But, you know, he's got to clean that up because we ran those trap plays and with him doing that too, and he did it twice. And, bro, had he made the block, the cutback would have been fucking wide open.
Oh, my God, dude. He starts keying those in the way he's supposed to. He's going to come around off the edge, and there's going to be 2 guys coming. It'll be him and a fullback sometimes at that.
Yeah, that's where I was saying he's got to pull, and then Ingold will be right there behind him to set that cutback block, that backside block. And, bro, the holes were there. When you saw it, you saw the fucking holes, and you're like, oh, my God, Liam, fuck you. I know you're our teammate, but God damn it. If you had just made that block, dude, the middle was like parting the Red fucking Sea. I mean, it was wide open.
And that is why I am not worried about any NFL team. Because look at it. They're facing Tyreek and Waddle, right? Who are good blockers. And McDaniel doesn't lie so far. So now when you're trying to stop us running game, and we have those speedsters on the field, guess what? When Tua fakes the handoff, stretches his hand out, and they're following that ball, when the defenders follow his hand, that's when they're going to get tricked. Because we're going to be the play action is going to.
So Sharif, you're kind of touching on the point I was going to make next. It's through that 21 personnel and that and your fullback and everything that gets them to now bite so hard on these runs that when Tua comes in and runs like even an RPO, they're going to bite down so hard that the windows are going to be so much more open for him to see where the separation's happening. Because it's just how it works, man. It's just how this back and forth goes, which is why we need that implemented early. I mean, just a simple, you know, here's Tua out of the shotgun with a tailback to the right of him, lined up on the strong side where the tight end is, and you got 3 wide receivers. You got, you know, 1 in the slot and 1 out wide on the right, and you got Tyreek Hill all the way out on the left. And that bite to Raheem Mostert coming back to the weak side because everyone's moved over. So they gotta push and force the way down to the weak side. That's how it works on defense. You want to close the gaps, but you do that on the right hash mark, and they force themselves out into space when you've been going right the whole time on the play action, and you're just gonna hit the man in the second level right over his shoulder. Easy first down pickup to Cedric Wilson in this case. It's really it's going to get dynamic, and it predicates on how well like Liam Eichenberg starts doing things and stuff like that. These offensive linemen, these young guys, Liam Eichenberg, Austin Jackson, start showing a little bit of something extra than what's required of them, and they can start featuring them out in space because they start showing worthiness of getting that. Y'all fucked, bro. You're fucked. You're done. You're done for, dude. You're done.
When they get the confidence, they see the running game working. They're just going to get that much better, and everything's going to pop off, I think. And Sharif, in reference to your point about the receivers blocking, they don't even have to block. You set them on go routes; they're taking their defenders with them.
Yes, that's another thing. They don't have to, especially with the speed we have. They're gonna. Tyreek Hill just said, go run. Just run out there. I want the safety and that corner to go with you. Now, all of a sudden, it's 10-on-9. Now, all of a sudden, it's 10-on-9 with your quarterback not being involved so much. And on that same exact thing, if the quarterback gets out into space, that other safety has to come up. Now it's 9-on-8, and now you can start distributing to where the open spots are.
Exactly.
That can even be the dumbest of passes. Something we would have bitched about last year is like a little swing pass to the other side or a screen. I want to see the screen game open up, really.
Absolutely.
To me, this reminds me of when Durant came to Golden State. It's the perfect fit for Tyreek to join Waddle, and this is unique, man. Nobody's never seen this. We're spoiled because we have Xavier Howard and Byron Jones. Dude, we're gonna have a new kind of spoil.
And you know what else is going to be
We're
great?
gonna be
All the
spoiled
pre-snap
brats.
motion. All the pre-snap motion you can do with Tyreek Hill. First of all, they use a lot of the pre-snap motion in San Francisco in the tight ends, which we'll see a shit ton of. But if you notice what Kansas City would do, if you're playing zone and he calls over pre-snap motion to Tyreek Hill, the whole play's done for. I'm giving the ball to Tyreek because he's running out into space, and you're going to take your two guys up front and give him space to work with. That's easy 6-7 yard pickup every single time. Every single time. You're going to have him try to match up and close down his space against the edge with a linebacker typically in that situation. You're not playing. It's a hard matchup in process. We did a couple of those plays with Jalen Waddle. The problem was last year is that defenses were keying up on Waddle because they could.
And have you noticed, El Capitan? Yeah, almost every play, there's a running back wheeling out of the backfield like that. Just a safety check valve for Tua that Tua rarely uses, or
rarely does.
I was just going to bring that up.
Uses that.
If you remember Marino back in the day, he lived the 2-minute offense by hitting the fullback coming out of the backfield when the receivers would go upfield. He'd let him go upfield. He'd hit Tony Page over the middle, 10 yards. Tony Page over the middle, 10 yards. Because the whole middle was cleared out with the receivers going deep, whether it's Fryer or Ingram or Duper or Clayton, whatever.
Right where the middle linebacker would be. He would stop, turn around, catch, and have freaking turn around and start winding up. And he didn't even need to be the fastest guy in that instance.
Oh, and I'm saying you put Mostert and Edmonds in that role with the speed they have. I mean, the sky's the limit, man. You can see they're going to break a couple long ones, and
and I want to see how Mike McDaniel will get tricky in.
Careful with that sky's the limit talk around here.
I want to see how he gets tricky. When they're running 4 wide.
Yeah, they might be mistaking you for somebody else.
I don't know if I've asked this question to Color and Capitan yet, but how do you feel about this, Capitan and Color? I think if Tua is just top 15 these next 2 years, you don't have to now option him. Now that $40 million, I can put into Waddle and Christian Wilkins. Now Tua can walk. I get a compensation, and Skyler can run this offense better.
Capitan the other day,
yeah.
Skyler can run this offense in 2026, bro.
I agree, Sharif. He breaks top 15, he goes nowhere. And you can then have the discussion next year as a coaching staff where they will be best served, whether it was Skyler or Tua at that point. Maybe there's an open competition. Doubtful, though. But
right.
Yeah, riding him those
and the example I used was Mahomes taking over from Alex Smith. I know that's far-fetched, but yeah.
No, that's exactly what that was the same comparison I made. But there's something to be said also. You look at guys like Brady and Breeze that play in the same system year after year and how they get that much better playing in that system.
Just broaden it. It's like being a craftsman and honing in on a craft. Now I'm great at building, cabinets. Well, everything else in the kitchen's got base. It's got countertops. You start learning all that shit too.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying. If Tua balls out in this system his first year, imagine the second year, third year, as he gets to know all the nuances that they can.
Just give me a slab of granite, Cap. Just give me a slab of granite, and I can work with it.
I'll hook you up, buddy.
Yes, my opinion is that regardless of what Tua does, let's say he is mediocre and he just, he gets better, and next year he gets better, like you're saying, Ron. That's you look at Skyler. Skyler's been doing this, for the past 6 years in college, the same exact scheme, and he's gonna look better and better. He's always gonna have one leg up because he's been doing it longer, in my opinion. I do like Sharif's idea a lot, if he doesn't pan out and he doesn't meet top 15 at all. I think that's the way to go. Especially even if you trade away assets and you go get another big time quarterback, let's say Lamar Jackson or somebody like that, they still have to learn the system. There's still going to be a step behind. I'd rather go with someone that's already in house. He already has a cannon of an arm. He already is a master of the system, and he's also mature.
He's
too.
already a master. See, I don't know, Ali. That's a stretch, bro.
You can keep Waddle. You can sign Waddle, sign Christian Wilkins, and that $40 million you can get a compensation when Tua walks.
Remember,
now Skylar just moves
pretty
in.
sure Skylar's only got a 4-year contract.
Yeah, because he was
a 7th round pick.
So
he wasn't a first round pick.
How are we going to pay Tua and pay Waddle and pay Christian Wilkins? No, that's not going to happen.
There is no doubt that if Skylar works out and you're rolling with him year 3 and you've traded Tua, you are re-signing everyone and everything. And then you draft year 4, his contract year, another first-round quarterback and see where that takes you. That is literally the scenario. And you can franchise him one more year or whatever have you. But all of that would still be a better fit if it just works out with Tua. We ain't got to do all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I understand.
But you got to pay Tua then. But you got to pay Tua.
So I do have this theory about Tua that he's not going to be the guy to say, give me $200 million.
I agree.
I completely disagree. I completely disagree with all of the BS. I mean, with all of the BS that he has gone through that I'm not going to say it's all from. I'm not going to say it's from the Tuaniers or
I got
our
you.
Side of things or the coaches. I'm not
the haters or the trolls.
The media. Let's just say for the media because I think the media has driven a lot of it. To be honest, if you think about that, and especially when your team actively was looking at other QBs rather than supporting you the whole time, you want me to stay here? You got to pay me. That's basically my opinion.
Here's the other side of the coin, Ali. Do you want to take the chance of going into another situation that's not supportive of you?
Yeah, exactly. And plus the added pressure of coming in as the free agent quarterback savior type thing, learning a new system, figuring out all new people. I don't know, man.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tua walks and goes to Pittsburgh and everyone says, see, I told you Flores wasn't mad with it.
No. If he goes anywhere, me and Color are on board. He's going to Seattle, dude. If he goes anywhere, it's Seattle.
I can't see
somewhere on the West Coast.
Daniel stays, I can't see him leaving.
Y'all got to remember, Drew Brees did it. Sorry, they treated him like shit. And he went elsewhere and he balled the fuck out.
And the shit that he was treated was nowhere near some of the stuff that we've seen happen on our fan base.
We've seen
real bad. But here's my point. He went through that, and now he's not. Now he's seeing the other side of the coin. Does he want to take the chance that the grass is going to be greener someplace else, or is he going to end up in another poor situation again?
I don't know. Don't underestimate the courting you can have done as a free agent. They'll tell you anything you want and show you a parade and love up until the point.
Do some strippers and everything.
This guy's. Skylar's been playing with this offense, right? Don't you think Tua wants to run it better than what Skylar has done?
I agree.
Skylar's gone through his third progression.
I like Skylar as a guy in purview pushing him. I do. I think that he looks at Skylar and the arm and the way he pushes the ball downfield, and Tua knows he can do that. But maybe that's something mentally he needs to overcome, which it could be helpful as far as him seeing. It looks
very easy. His confidence. He was beaten down by Flores, and that's why when Tyreek came over, the number one thing, I'm sure McDaniel talked to him about it, was, and because McDaniel did it too from the airplane, they got to reinstill his confidence again.
That's all it's been, Ron. It's been nothing but that, and for all the reasons we can continue to say. Go ahead, Sharif.
No, I was saying for sure you can see from day one Skylar's checking his third progression with no doubt. Like you can tell Flores and the different coaching staffers has tampered down to his either awareness of being careful with the ball too much, which causes the fella not want to go deep.
Absolutely.
You know what too? I think Skylar looked super, super calm out there. He did not look like the game was too fast or too big for him. something to be said about the young guy. He looked chill. He looked cool as a motherfucking cucumber out there.
And see, that part of that is because he knows the but that's what I'm talking about, Captain. That because he knows the ins and outs of this offense, that because he's been running it for 6 years in college or 5 years in college, whatever it is. He's a lot more comfortable. He knows how to audible out of stuff or whatever he needs to do, and I mean, he's doing things that I see that I feel our 5th overall pick should have been doing. I see him doing.
He's also more mature. He's 25.
He is older. That also plays into it as well. That's another reason why I don't think he's going to cost us top money either. You know, that's part of it as well.
The thing is, right? I've done an NFL simulation. Yeah. And it's gotten us 11 wins, and it always takes us to Kansas City. Like, we got to go in Kansas City and win. But what I'm saying is, if Tua does that, 11 wins, and we go to Kansas City and lose, guess what? You're gonna battle it out with Skylar next year, man.
Of course, it would take us to Kansas City, wouldn't it? That's such an NFL narrative. If I couldn't write that for myself, bro.
Tyreek scores the winning touchdown with 3 seconds left.
I'm saying Tyreek Hill's gonna lay everything out on the field, and if Tua and Tyreek, if they don't win the game and Tyreek thinks it's because of Tua, you'll see a different guy out there. If that scenario,
I think Skylar will battle in camp next year. If we win 11 games and get knocked out in the first round, Skylar will battle with Tua because Teddy won't be here.
Skylar's name will fade into obscurity, just to be real, if Tua works out. It's a done deal. Yeah. But if he doesn't, and this team is bringing in a young guy, see, here's the scenario. Tua doesn't work out. If they don't go get a veteran, they're going to draft a guy in the first round and have a battle with Skylar. I don't think Skylar even gets the deference because of the first round guy. I'm just being real, guys. It's just how it goes. Unless Skylar figures a way to get on the field this year, there is no scenario when next year the team goes future as Skylar we're going to build around. Just not going to happen. Just not.
So a battle in camp won't be fair?
It's all in a name, Capitan. It's all in a name.
There is never a fair quarterback battle.
Too high is what Capitan is saying.
The way Claire was gushing about Skylar, though, they may already think that they don't need a first-round pick if they got him, if he develops. I mean, again, it's all a maybe. It's potential. And a lot of coaches and GMs get fired for potential, but, you know.
Skylarino says Skylar will be ready. Little Mike, we've been talking to in the system. It's the first time I mentioned it's 4 hours, but I'm getting ready to shut the bitch down. We're going to talk Skylar for a minute. Relax, little Mike. I mean, I ain't even fucking said the guy's name the whole time, bro. It's been 4 hours.
I think this is the first time we brought it up.
It's literally the first time. I mean, look, it's the only way he gets his shot at a competition or they build to him would be for him to find a way on the field in actual live games with good showings this year.
I agree.
That could come in a wide range of ways. That could come at the end of a blowout. That could come that the Dolphins are in the last week of the year with a nothing to gain the last week of the year scenario.
That's how you saw Mahomes. When we blew teams out, you bring in Skylar because, you know, Tyreek and Waddle could run it up on you, and then all of a sudden, Skylar gets the fourth quarter.
You might see him.
It's my quarterback.
You might see him week 1 and when we're blowing out the Patriots.
Can I ask you guys?
I think that would be dope, bro. It's 31 to 13, and Skylar comes out there and plays the final 4 minutes of the game.
Let me ask you guys this question because
he's gonna try and run it up on you, El Capitan.
Let me ask you guys this question. Out of what you've seen from Skylar, what is something you feel that he needs to develop more?
Decision making,
NFL
reading defenses,
decision making,
NFL speed,
decision making. Just going back to some of his college tape and stuff like that, he's had some poor things. And I don't care what anyone says. The touchdown to Hunter Long in a live game probably would have got picked. And that's just being it have got intercepted.
Well, I do understand that, but if you also look, that might have been the right read had Hunter not run into the other receiver. I mean, just being honest,
that's why I defer to it as decision making, not a bad throw. You see what I'm saying? The decision was to not throw that ball because of what happened. You know what I'm saying?
And he only saw vanilla defenses in the preseason. I mean,
that's right.
Exactly.
I gotta see so much more from a talent standpoint against him before I could even give my. I love everything I've seen out of him. Handled his business at the highest marks against the talent level he was going against and the defenses. If I see that type of stuff, I gotta expect. I want to see what he does after he's been smacked around a little. I want to see how he responds.
And El Capitan, quite frankly, I would like to see Skylar instead of Teddy because you're going to need Teddy to back up. You're going to just put Skylar out there.
That is
Color's
fucking same shit right there. Color's been saying that same type of shit. But he wants to keep Teddy all the way around in that scenario as the backup guy.
I think the biggest thing that I love about Skylar is his poise. Like you said before, he looks smooth. You know,
he does.
Nothing rattled him. He looked like he belonged on the field.
His throwing motion's good. I like that. You know, he doesn't change how he puts what he puts on the ball on a lot of those throws. I don't even think we've seen him, you know, really put everything he's got on it. To be honest with you, you notice he'll drop his back shoulder and change his trajectory, and step a little bit more into it, which is something that some of the better quarterbacks do when they're younger. And he can sharpen. There's just a couple of things he can sharpen.
Bro, you're so right.
I'm telling you, he's got some of the things I see some of the greater quarterbacks do, but that doesn't mean he's going to be able to effectively do it in the NFL at a great clip.
Correct.
El Capitan, one of his best throws I've seen is the pass interference to Ezukama. He dropped that right over his
Ezukama would have had that had that not been pass interference.
Ezukama tracked that football like a mofo, bro.
And the fact that he was rolling left and he set his feet to be able to make
his feet,
dropped his back shoulder and pitched that bitch up there, and it had every bit of velocity and timing on it. It was great touch on the ball. You got to hand it to him. It was pretty good. Now, I like those types of things. I want to see, honestly, I'd like to see a short game, to be honest with you, because he could fucking suck at that timing short game stuff, for all I know. I didn't even see him take a lot of that. Because, to be honest, putting balls out there and laying them out is great. But again, against better defenders.
And ball placement for Yak, too.
He could see interceptions to that type of play. So there is something there. All right, guys, we've run over 4.5 hours. I'm fucking burnt. I went way longer than I thought. I'm going to shut her down, but I'm probably going to open up a panel tomorrow or something. I don't know. I got to get into a lot of stuff. But final thoughts, everybody. You know, we'll just go around the room. I ain't going to do a whole thing. Let's start with you, CT. Just get some final thoughts on it.
Man, I'm super excited, and it's literally fucking 6 more days, dude. 6 more fucking days. Can't wait, bro. Fins up, everybody.
Only 4 more to root against the Bills, though.
Ron, some final thoughts?
Same thing as CT, man. I am just I'm chomping at the bit. I can't wait to see this team put everything that we see on paper on the field. I mean,
me too. Sharif?
Man, I'm going to say this right now. I loved you guys before, but I appreciate you guys even more because we're going to experience this together, man.
Yeah, we're going to know what it feels like.
Together, man. And we're going to experience this together, man.
Finally, some real winning. Crypto.
Yeah, well, 6 days the lights get turned on. Hopefully somebody paid the bill. But we might. Hey, I'm excited, but we're getting a little queasy. The storm may be coming, but we got to have our backup generators. That backup generator's name is Skylar Thompson.
Ooh, Crypto with the freaking damn Crypto on fire, bro. Been quiet, working up a real good one here in the end. There, nice one. Ali.
Yeah, you know, next Sunday it's Judgment Day. It's the real deal, and it doesn't matter which side of the coin you're on. You're going to be hearing either it's on Tua or it's Skylar. You're going to be hearing this.
We're gonna have. That's true. We're gonna have a funeral or a parade. That's how it's going down. This
No.
A
It's
funeral
gonna be
or a
this.
parade,
We're gonna beat the Patriots. I'm not worried about. We're all gonna be hearing this song.
Yeah.
And it's all about the Dolphins. That's what I'm talking about. I'm out with that. That's my
right.
final thought.
Color.
Way to go, Ali.
Color. What's your final thought?
Well, my final thought. I think we got a really good shot of really putting a hurting on the Patriots. Join me Saturday morning to talk more about that, how we're going to do it, and a little more with some fantasy lineups. Appreciate y'all coming tonight.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Make sure you hit like and subscribe.
Thanks for having us.
Like and subscribe.
For my
Donate to
last
the
little
channel.
bit, make sure to like and subscribe. For watching on Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter, come over to YouTube. All week next week, we're going to cover this inside and out. I'm going to try to bring some clipped videos and things like that and just keep you guys informed. And we're going to beat the dog shit out of the Patriots. Let's be real. It's going to be
Next Saturday night,
massacre.
bring all your shit talking because it's going to be the hype show. We're going to hype the Dolphins up.
Oh, man, I can't wait. So we'll see you guys in
Can't wait.
FinsUp.
Thanks for